Hello, this is Jason Robinson from Illustration by Design. Hope you guys are doing well. This is the continuing inking of page 2 of Secret Comics Presents, the comic book I'm working on with Nasser Rabadi. It's going to be launching on Indiegogo in about 2 weeks on Friday the 13th. And yeah, I'm just going through each page, trying to get the illustration done, and just streaming it live so you guys can see what I'm doing, ask any questions you may have, and just be able to tell that we're getting the work done and trying to get the comic book out in time for you guys. Happy leap year to all you guys. It's I guess leap day. That one extra day every 4 years that gets slapped onto the end of February. So happy February 29th to you. Hope you're having a good weekend. Hope everything's going well for you. I am finally getting over my cold, which is good. And yeah, just looking forward to continuing to get this stuff finished. So it's going, tends to be going a little slow, but I think that's mainly because I'm not used to drawing and live streaming at the same time. So I'm just sort of so that's gonna take me a while to get used to it. And in terms of my speed, it's hard for me to talk and draw at the same time. I think I might use the same area of my brain when I do that. So, but anyway, I'm gonna get going with this inking. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to do so. And if you would, please give this live stream a thumbs up, and also please share it out to social media, to Twitter and Facebook. Let people know what I'm doing. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel. I would greatly appreciate it. Even if you're watching this, when it's not live, if you're just watching it as a repeat or a rerun or whatever you want to call it, please share it out. Please hit the like button and please subscribe. I greatly appreciate it. Okay? I will start drawing. And if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay? Thanks. Hey, Eric Hawkins is here. He says, looking good, Jason. Can't wait for the 13th to back it. Oh, thank you. I can't wait until I'm done with all the artwork so you guys can get it. Hope you're having a good day, Eric. Eric Hawkins, for those of you who don't know, did the back cover for this comic, which will be the cover for the next issue. So look forward to seeing his awesome artwork on this comic as well. And Eric, do you have a YouTube channel? Because if so, I would encourage everyone to go check it out as well. Um, Eric Hawk says, I do have a channel, just a few time-lapse videos from the last few weeks. Uh, got another I have to post this weekend. What's the channel's name? Can people find it just by typing in your name, Eric Hawkins, in the search? Or is it something else? Eric Hawkins says, yep, Eric Hawkins should get you there. Okay, hold on one second. Okay, there you go. That's Eric Hawkins' YouTube channel. Go subscribe, check it out, and also if you have a chance, check out his comic book, The Zombieful World of Oz, which is pretty cool. If you like zombies, if you like Frank Frank Baum's Wizard of Oz, it's a cool combination of the two. So yeah, Eric Hawkins does some very cool stuff. Let's see. Where'd my pencil go? Where'd my pencil go? Found it. It was hiding. It was hiding with all the other stuff that hid from me. Hmm. Hey, Eagle 43, how you doing? Good seeing you. Hope you're doing well. I'm in the midst of reading another Doc Savage novel right now. Which one is this one? I'm reading The Land of Terror, which I believe is the second Doc Savage novel. And it's pretty cool because Doc Savage kills a whole slew of people in this book. If some of you aren't familiar with Doc Savage is a classic pulp fiction character from the 30s and 40s. And he's sort of like, he was in large part the basis of Superman. But he's well known for having this code of behavior. He's supposed to be like a very noble character who doesn't hurt people, or doesn't kill them rather, as opposed to like the Shadow who does kill people. But I guess that happened over time, and then in his earlier novels, he didn't have much of a problem with killing people. I'm reading this one book The Land of Terror, which is his, like I said, his second novel, and he's just slaughtering guys left and right. He's breaking their necks. He's like throwing spears through their foreheads and stuff. And this is like in New York City. He's like he's not in a jungle somewhere. He's doing this in the middle of New York City. The guy's like kind of like a psychopath, but it's kind of cool to read. Captain Hill says, "What's up, Jimmy? Never catch you live. Looks great." Oh, thank you very much, Captain Hills. Glad to have you. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And give this live stream a thumbs up, because I need all the support I can get in the run up to this comic written by Nasser, coming out in 2 weeks. So please, please support the channel, and yeah. And if you would, guys, please share this video out. Let people know that I'm drawing. Hey, Matt Causon's here! Matt Causon! Oh, he can't stay long. He just wanted to say, looking solid, my man. Thank you very much, Matt Causon. I eagerly await your next live stream. Everyone encourage Matt Causon, who is a fantastic artist and who is working on his own comic called Mods. Go to his channel, subscribe to his channel, and give him lots of encouragement, because Matt Causon is the real deal. Eagle 43 says, "I've been reading some BattleTech novels, The Inner Sphere versus the Clans." Oh wow, huh? Interesting. I've never read BattleTech novels, huh? Eagle 43 says, "Sounds like a cool Doc Savage." It is. It is cool especially if you're familiar with Doc Savage, because it's so different from what we kind of have in our heads about what he's like. It's like reading a Superman story where Superman is killing people. It's at the same sort of what the heck's going on here, impact. Eric Hawkins says, "That's the good Matt, right?" Yes, good. Matt Costin is Matty Nice, as opposed to Matty Ice, who is Matthew Weldon. They're both good Matts. So Matt Costin says, yes, his comic book is called Modded. Thanks, I'm on it. Making a streaming schedule. Good. Matt Costin should be streaming at least twice a week, so that everyone can get a chance to look at his awesome artwork live and talk to him. But you can find him on usually on Mike Miller's channel a lot. He shows up there, especially for Drawn and Quartered, on Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. on Blacklist Universe. So you can find him there usually, but he needs to live stream more so people can see more of his work. He gives us a thumbs up. Cool. Oh man, cool. Matt Costin did a poster for Kyrie. Oh, very cool. Which is another cool comic, which is now out on Indiegogo. Matt's so smooth, Costin. Fly Fox Pro says, "I interviewed Matt Krotz this morning on my channel. We ended up talking about social media marketing as well as his book Kyrie." Cool. Very cool. I'll have to check that out. Awesome. Matt Costa says, sharing this to my Twitter later, Jason. Thanks, everyone. Uh, hey, yeah, thank you very much, Matt. I really appreciate it. Again, if you guys haven't already, please follow Matt Costa and subscribe to him on YouTube. Like I said, he's a really good artist, and his book Modded looks really cool. It's basically I think it's basically guys Nerf mods like Nerf guns, guys who compete in Nerf gun games, and they're fighting against alien invaders, I believe. They have to fight in a competition against aliens, and it looks really cool. The artwork looks awesome. It reminds me a lot of Cowboy Bebop, if you are familiar with that classic anime. I mean, his artwork is very anime influenced, I guess you can say, and but yeah, it's beautiful art. I mean, you definitely have to check it out. I highly encourage everyone to do so. Fly Fox Sports says, from what I've seen of it, it looks really cool and right up my alley. Yeah, it does. It looks very cool. And Matt Costin is a very fast artist. If you ever watch him on Drawn and Quartered, again, that comes on YouTube on Wednesdays at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He has, the competitors have 2 hours to draw whatever subject is, is the I guess the item of the day. It's usually some sort of pop culture cartoon character. And they have 2 hours to draw the character or characters. And Matt Costin works really fast. Really great artist. Fly Fox Sports says he's a legit artist too. Love the manga influence on his art. I'm a little envious of him. Like seeing you on there, Jason. Oh yeah, thanks. I was fortunate enough to be a backup artist this past Wednesday, so it was fun. But I'm not quite as fast as some of the other artists, but it was fun. See, Fly Fox Pro says if there was a take your time and paint with oil paint and quartered show, I might have more of a chance. I'm not very fast. Yeah, I mean, the main reason why I like doing drawn and quarters because it sort of forces me to work a lot faster than I usually do. I mean, as you guys have seen with me working on this page, I tend to take my time, which may not be the best for comic book work, but so I definitely appreciate being forced to push my comfort zone and pencil and ink a complete drawing in only 2 hours. It's good training for me. So they also have the fan edition on Thursday evenings at 10 Eastern Standard Time, 10 p.m. And that's on Chester Busby's channel. And the cool thing is that the winner of the fan edition on Thursdays gets elevated up to the pro edition the following Wednesday. So, if you're a fan, if you're just a comic book fan, I would encourage you to go to Chester Busby's channel and sign up for the fan edition, so you have a chance to possibly win, and then go up to the pro edition the following week, where you get to compete against professional comic book artists. It's pretty neat, pretty cool. Alright, almost done with this page. Submitting to the Draw Along show has helped me improve. Yes, there's also a Draw Along for Drawn and Quartered, where even if you're not in the actual competition, you can do your own drawing and then post it on Twitter, usually with the hashtag DNQ, and they will, during the live stream, they will look at all those drawings and they will pick a winner for the night, which is very cool as well. And it's a great chance to sort of join in and have your work seen by a whole bunch of people who are watching the live stream. So yeah, again, check it out. It's Drawn and Quartered on Blacklist Universe on YouTube. The name of the channel is Blacklist Universe. So.
Having the kind of music men hum or whistle when they feel on top of the world. Having the kind of music men hum or whistle when they feel on top of the world. And gentlemen, one of the many things that give you that tip-top feeling is the pleasure of being well-dressed.
Hey, how you doing, Yash? Good seeing you. Hope you're doing well. I'm just finishing this page that I was working on yesterday. Trying not to mess it up. I'm doing good, thanks. Still have a little cold, but getting over it.
When they feel on top of the world.
Coronavirus is spreading. Pandemic now. Yep. Oh well. Best thing to do is to, just be smart. See, this is why I'm glad I'm not on the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast, far away from it. But just be smart. Don't panic. A whole lot more people die of the flu every year than have. I think only one person's died of coronavirus here in the United States so far. So, and that person was already of ill health, so and older. Not too old. He was in his 50s, but he wasn't in great health to begin with. So, most people don't have to worry about it. I don't think. The worst thing that people can do is panic and start running around like chickens with their heads cut off, and hoarding and doing lots of dumb stuff they do in zombie movies. So, I would just treat it like you would a hurricane, and just be prepared and live your life. Let's see. Yes, says two people are not going to Chinese restaurants anymore. Mel says, ahoy there, the Mel. How you doing? Flu is like 0.0014 death rate. Coronavirus might be as high as 6% death rate. That's the issue. Well, I heard, well, I hear it's 2% death rate, but you know, we're not. This isn't 100 years ago, where something like this happens and people are pretty much helpless. I mean, people around the world are trying to find a solution for it. So I'm pretty confident in that. And again, as long as you don't overreact and start proclaiming doom and gloom, and like the markets are panicked because of a lot of this stuff. I mean, use your head. This is not gonna be the end of the world. It's not. I mean, Ebola was a lot scarier than coronavirus. To my mind, several years ago, and that turned out perfectly fine. So, you know. Rabies is the most dangerous virus, but hard to get. Yeah, I try to stay away from rabid animals. So, and if you are bit by like a rabid fox or something, I encourage you to go to the doctor and get those 50 shots in your stomach, whatever horrible treatment they have for people who get bitten by rabid animals. That'd be the worst part. The worst part wouldn't be the actual bite from a rabid animal. It'd be the actual treatment, because I don't know if it's gotten better over the years, but from what I remember, involved like a whole bunch of like shots directly into your stomach and all over your body to fight rabies, and that is not fun to my mind. That's a case where the cure might seem worse than the actual disease. See, Yash says 1% of the bats in this area have rabies. Lots of bats around here, like Transylvania. Oh, ouch. Dang. That's not good. Well, make sure you watch out for your dog, okay? I don't want to hear about a little Cujo incident because Ralphie got bit on the nose by one of those rabid bats. watch your dog. Make sure he doesn't go running into any underground caves chasing rabbits. Transylvania is a good example. People know what that means. Transylvania is cool. The medal says the only big danger with the Wu flu is simply how easy it is to contract. But most people will be fine as long as they keep their vitamin and fluids intake high and get plenty of bed rest. Yeah. I mean, it's a variation of the flu. It's not the zombie virus. So if you contract it, it's not a death sentence. So. I mean, if someone told you that you had a 98% chance of winning the lottery, if you did something, would you do that thing if you had a 98% chance of winning the lottery? Yeah, you would, because the chances are so extremely good in your favor that why wouldn't you do it? And it's the same with the coronavirus. If it has a 2% death rate, that means there's a 98% chance that if you contract it, you're going to survive. And to my mind, those are pretty dang good odds. And again, you have to contract it in the first place, which is going to be fairly difficult for most people, here in the United States. There are over, almost 400 million people in the United States, and how many people have it? 60 out of 400 million. So, chances of you getting it are extremely, extremely slim. Mel says there's a 20% chance of critical condition, but that mostly accounts for small children, the elderly, and others in prior bad health. Yes. Ralphie gets his shots regularly, says Yesh. Rabies has mostly been eradicated in dogs. Stephen King based Cujo not only on rabies, but also rage syndrome. That Saint Bernards can suffer from. Oh, really? I never heard of rage syndrome. What is that? And why would Saint Bernards have rage syndrome? They seem like very nice dogs. They're always helping people during avalanches and stuff. They're always bringing them brandy, digging them out of the snow. They seem like very nice dogs. But yeah, there've been like here in the Boca area, there've been a bunch of not a bunch, but a number of rabid foxes and stuff. People getting bitten by them. So it's still even if dogs don't get them, I mean, there are enough other animals like bats, like foxes that if your dog, if your pet messes with them, they can get rabies as well. So it's not so much the dogs themselves getting it, but the dogs contracting it from wild animals that are running around. Hmm. Eric Hawkins says you might be thinking of cartoon Saint Bernards. What other Saint Bernards are there? All animals are based on cartoon characters. Don't you know that? That's where I get all my animal information, from cartoons. If it's not in a cartoon, it can't be true. Um, Yash says, yeah, Cockers, Bull Terriers, and Saint Bernards can get rage syndrome. What is rage syndrome? I've never heard of that. Because show breeders keep trying to breed for bigger heads on dogs. Ooh, those two breeds get affected by it. Does rage stand for something? Is it an acronym, or is it just I don't understand. Do they actually like get angry? Is it like a Hulk syndrome? Except they don't turn green. You have to explain it more to me, because I'm unfamiliar with it. Yeah, they go nuts. Oh man. Okay. Huh. Okay. Well, I will watch out for Cocker Spaniels, and in case they go on a rage against me. Are you sure that Chihuahuas don't have that as well? Because Chihuahuas seem to be extremely angry little dogs and violent, despite their size. So, I mean, like Chihuahuas scare me a lot more than Cocker Spaniels or what are the other dogs? Saint Bernards do. Bull Terriers scare me to a certain extent. They don't scare me, but I'm wary of them. Is Bull Terrier the same as a pit bull? I'm not sure. Sudden aggression for no reason whatsoever and start attacking people. So all cats have that then. All cats have rage syndrome. Because that sounds like cat behavior. Josh! Sheesh. Oh man. Eric Hawkins says cats are just dicks. Yesh says Chihuahuas do it out of fear for some reason. They're nasty little dogs. Breed is all messed up. I don't think Chihuahuas do it out of fear, because they don't seem to be afraid. They seem to just be mean spirited little dogs. So I don't know. I don't know if fear is a factor with Chihuahuas. Um, Eric Hawkins says Chihuahuas must have it. those things are evil. Yeah, my next door neighbor when I was growing up, he had a bunch of Chihuahuas, and they were crazy, angry little dogs, and they were yipping and yapping all hours of the day and night. Oh my gosh. I don't know why people find them cute. I don't find them cute. I find them annoying. They're like little Napoleons, trying to take over everyone around them. Um, Yash says cats are not fully domesticated animals. They're like owning large rodents. No, large rodents are more controllable than cats. Cats are like they're like owning small big cats. I mean that's why I don't understand. My wife is a cat person. Actually, most of my friends are cat people. I don't really get it, because you know you can have a dog as big as Ralphie, and you'll be perfectly fine. Because dogs understand who's in charge of the pack, and it doesn't matter if it's like, well, actually if it's too small, then that ends up being like a Chihuahua and like a little tyrant. But most dogs, that weigh between 15 and 190 pounds or more, they're cool. I mean, they're cool dogs. They're cool animals. Um, Cats. Can you imagine only 190, 150-pound cat? That thing would kill you. You definitely wouldn't want to trust it around your kid. I mean, it's no. Cats are cats are interesting animals. I have a healthy respect for cats, and that means that I would not want really to own one. they're uh, they're kind of I don't trust them. I trust dogs. I don't trust cats. The medal says, I don't know. Saint Bernard can just weigh up to 260 pounds. Probably the only dog that only actually worries me out of all breeds. Really? A Saint Bernard? I would be more worried about a pit bull than a Saint Bernard, personally. But I don't know. I don't know. Eric Hawkins says, I have Yorkies now. They're sweet and kind and lovable. The exact opposite of Chihuahuas. Metal says, cats evolved as both prey and predator at the same time, and their nature makes a lot of sense once you start breaking that down. Yeah, but aren't all animals prey and predator in some sense? I mean, dogs are the prey of something, weren't they? Bears? I don't know what they were the prey of. Man, bears? I don't know. Wildcats? Other dogs? I don't. I mean, like lions. What are lions the prey of? Maybe jackals. That's about it. It's just. I think all animals have to deal with being prey and predator in a sense, unless they're herbivores. Herbivores. Yeah. Yesh says, I can't own cats. They would end up being Ralphie's meals. Would be impossible in my place. Ralphie would. Why would Ralphie attack them? I mean, I don't know. I would think most dogs wouldn't really attack a cat. I know plenty of people with big dogs, and they also have cats, and the dogs don't really bother the cats. Yeah, I'm just not a. I don't know. I've grown to appreciate cats over the years, but I don't I don't like them enough to own one. Uh, yes, yes, it's just how male Napoleon. I keep on pronouncing this wrong. Neapolitan mastiffs are. They won't tolerate cats usually unless raised with them. Too much prey drive. Okay, got it. I mean, only if raised from them from puppyhood. Right, got it. Got it. All right. Huh. Meadow says wolves and dogs are in the class of apex predator. They get killed occasionally, but nothing naturally hunts them. The cats that became domestic variety were hunted by large birds. Really? Huh. Eagles, falcons, and the like. Huh. Okay. Maybe that's why Chihuahuas are so messed up, because like cats, they were the prey of other animals, bigger animals like in Florida, alligators, or hawks, or falcons, or eagles. All right. Wolverines are small and have no natural predators, says Yush. All animals are afraid of them, even bears. Bears can kill them, obviously, but will probably get paws or something crushed by Wolverine's bite. They don't take the risk. Yeah, that's why Wolverine is the coolest X-Man. He's small. Well, at least in the comics, he's small. He's small and very mean, like his namesake. He'll take your head off. All right. Metal says bears are one of the most scariest things on the planet. Can just bop an elk on the head and kill it in one shot. Yeah, I don't want to. I would never want to mess with a bear. Bears are not, you know, they're cool to watch on TV. They are terrifying in real life, or at least they should be. If you're smart, you should be scared of bears. Even panda bears, even cute little panda bears, you should be extremely wary of them. No dog on earth stands a chance against a 40-pound Wolverine, no matter how big and strong the dog is. Well, it's because, yeah, I mean, Wolverines are, are crazy wild animals. Dogs, you know, even yeah, like you said, I mean, physically, they're extremely powerful animals. That's why dogs hunt in packs, in case they come across a Wolverine. Wolverines are like the Bruce Lee of animals. Alright. Tank Favorite Art says, no drama. Is this even comics? Yeah, I think so. I think it's comics, despite the lack of drama. That is some solid work. Oh, thank you very much, Tank Fair. Glad you like it. Yash says, for that matter, no human stands a chance against a full-grown male chimpanzee. no, I don't think a human stands a chance against a juvenile chimpanzee. I mean, chimpanzees are scary. That's another animal I would never want to, sort of mess with. Those things will rip you apart, like that woman who got her whole face ripped off by a chimpanzee. Chimpanzees have primate strength, bones, muscles, blah blah blah. A lot of people don't understand this. Well, they. I think very few people have seen. Used to seeing baby chimpanzees, like Michael Jackson, Bubbles used to carry around, or BJ and the Bear. So you don't want to mess with a chimpanzee. Chimpanzees are. I mean, that's why Tarzan. Always think of Tarzan as probably being like one of the strongest fictional characters around, because the guy was raised with freaking chimpanzees and gorillas trying to kill him, growing up. So because of that, his own strength. I mean, he kills gorillas with his bare hands. You know how strong you would have to be to kill a gorilla with your bare hands? It's like it's it's a pretty. I don't even know if it's physically possible for someone to be Tarzan. I don't know. It's but it's a cool character. But yeah, apes have monstrous strength compared to humans. So don't mess with apes. Don't mess with chimps. They will mess you up. Tank Faradar says, I'd beat a chimpanzee, but then again, I'm a tool-using human. Yeah. Tank Faradar would fight a chimpanzee with a sawed-off shotgun, and then he'd probably win. Yes. But hand to hand, I would give a chimpanzee a wide berth and try to hide. Yesh says, they think a big MMA fighter can beat up a chimpanzee. Forget it. Come on. People don't understand that chimpanzees do not have rules when they fight. Okay? An MMA fighter is not going to try to bite your face off, rip your testicles off with his teeth, and tear your limb from limb. And he's not capable of doing it. A chimpanzee can rip a man's arm off. Okay? So right there, the chimpanzee has a massive advantage over any MMA fighter. Come on. What's an MMA fighter going to do? Punch him in the head? And the chimpanzee's just going to laugh and bite his fingers off? Ridiculous. yeah, it's true. Gorillas have a different level of strength. Humans are like little kittens to them. Yeah. But primates are very cool animals, just because, they're so similar in a lot of ways to humans. They're very interesting animals. You just don't want to get in fights with them. That would not be wise. Stay on primate's good side. Alright, let me get started on this panel. Actually, it's 5:22. Give me a second, okay? I need to get some food out of the freezer for dinner, so I will be right back. You guys can make fun of my art while I'm gone. Right back. Hey, everybody's still here. Yay. The medal says MMA fighters aren't even that fierce amongst humans. They fuss about weight classes while there are fighters in Thailand that practice takedowns on water buffalo. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Let's see here. All right. That work? Okay, cool. Okay, I just had to recharge my phone, so I want to make sure it didn't screw with the stream. Excuse me. Need a drink of water. All right. Next panel. Tricky, find the right angle to aim from. Almost forgot the cord. Oh, I saw, I was talking about Picard yesterday, the new Star Trek TV series. I saw the latest episode that came out on Thursday. I saw it yesterday. And it was actually really good. It was much better than episode 5, which was just ridiculous and embarrassing to watch. But episode 6 was actually quite excellent. And I wish that every episode of the show was that good. I don't know how much you guys watch Star Trek or are familiar with like Next Generation, but I guess what was cool for me for episode 6 was of Picard was that back in the Next Generation when the Enterprise was fighting the Borg, they got this. They were able to save this one Borg character, and they named him Hugh. It was a teenage boy, and they saved him, and almost like 7 of 9, and but not to that extent. And then they were able to start him on a process of becoming more human and stuff, back to the way he was before the Borg captured him. And he shows up in the new TV show Picard. It ends up that he is the director of this sort of reclaimed Borg cube, and he's in charge of everything. And it was really it was really cool seeing that character again, and same actor, I believe. And just it was cool. That was one of the cooler parts of the episode, and plus there was like a lot of action in it, which was very good. Marsupial Gamers here. How you doing, Marsupial? Good seeing you. I'm doing okay. Enjoying Leap Day, and just drawing Nasser's comic, trying to get more of it done. So. Marsupial Gamer said he was in a later episode of Next Generation 2 when he was leading that rogue group of Borg. Yes, he was in a few episodes of Next Generation. And I like the character, but I thought it was really cool that they brought him back, and his relationship with Picard. I mean, it was just really well done the way they incorporated him into this new show, and he's been in previous episodes, but I had no idea who he was. I assumed he was just like just another former Borg, because there are tons of them in the show, but I didn't know that he was specifically supposed to be Hugh, and I thought that was a really cool twist in the show, and so I don't know. I'm hoping that this is the beginning of the show actually being good, because, like I said, I think yesterday, previous episodes have not been that great. I haven't been impressed with it. I mean, there were some parts of the episode that were still didn't make any sense. The way people react to things. It just, I mean, they I guess the one person I'm talking about is that blonde sort of android specialist. I mean, she acts and reacts to things like a psychopath, and it's really odd, and it's kind of annoying to me. The Metal says the Next Generation was never my thing. I watched through it, but I never really rewatch it. I really can't rewatch it. I thought Deep Space Nine was much better. Oh, really? Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm kind of the opposite. I mean, I find myself able to watch The Next Generation repeatedly with no problem. I can watch DS9, over again, and I have. I've seen repeats, and it's cool because I haven't watched it that much since it originally aired. But I tend to find it more boring than The Next Generation for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they're on a space station, and they don't necessarily really go anywhere. I know they do. I mean, they go through the wormhole and stuff, and they meet the founders and all that stuff. But it just seems more sedentary than Next Generation for me anyway. So, Marsupial Gamer says, I haven't watched any of Picard. Discovery was such a horrible trash fire. I'm scared to watch any more Star Trek. Well, I did not like Discovery. I kind of like Picard, but you have to watch it for yourself. I don't know how you'll react to it. I really enjoyed the first episode, and I really enjoyed this latest 6th episode. And some of the characters I really like in it, like Picard's. It's hard to describe them. They're like his maid and his butler on his chateau, his winery, but they're Romulans. They're two people that Picard rescued years ago, and now they're sort of they feel indebted to him, but they're not indebted to him. But they're like really snarky, and they're also former like secret agents with the Romulan high command. So they're like really cool characters. There are a number of cool characters in the show, but it's just there's something about the way the show's written that it doesn't. It's clumsily put together, and I find it annoying because it's a show that should be really, really good, and so far I've only seen 2 episodes that I would say are really good, and that's out of 6 episodes. 1/3 of them being good isn't really a good. It's not really a good average for me anyway. So, Mel says I just watch Orville instead. I've tried watching Orville. It's just I can't take the silliness. It's just too. It annoys the heck out of me. Man, I know it's Stephen McFarlane's sort of ode to Star Trek, but it's I don't know, every time I see him on there, it's more like it's more like a vanity project in my mind for him. It's a chance for him to act and star in a Star Trek show. And it's just like I don't have a lot of patience for that stuff. But I know a lot of people like it, so that's cool. It's just not mine. I'd rather watch real Star Trek than sort of quasi faux Star Trek. That's sort of a comedy. All right. The Metal says I'd rather watch a real Star Trek as well. Whenever they decide to start making them again. that's very valid. Fair point. Marsupial Gamer says, so I just found out the Game Developers Conference has been canceled for the first time in 31 years due to coronavirus. Yeah, that's not surprising. A lot of these organizations, a lot of these conferences have been canceled, and not to be mean, but the idea of a bunch of sweaty nerds, hundreds and thousands of them, at a conference, is probably not very appealing if you're trying to avoid the plague. So I would say that I don't know. Especially if I were on the West Coast, I don't know where it's being held, but if I were on the West Coast, I would be wary about going to any big conventions or conferences right now. Myself.
Public Enemy number 3, 10 years ago, was released today from the federal penitentiary.
Marsupial Gamer says it was in San Francisco. Well, then it should definitely be canceled because San Francisco is a freaking cesspool. I mean, they have people crapping in the streets. I mean, in normal conditions, San Francisco is, to my mind, an unhealthy, sort of petri dish, just waiting for some zombie apocalypse virus to be spawned. Um, I mean I mean that town's pretty disgusting, but they really need to clean it up. I don't I do not I do okay I do understand the mindset behind the politicians who have created the mess it's in, but those politicians need to be kicked out of office and probably thrown in jail for what they've done to that city. It's ridiculous. That's my quasi rant about San Francisco. Um, Marsupial Gamer says it was definitely a worldwide event, so they would have had people from all over the world. Apparently, they had a huge number of presenters canceling anyway. Yeah, those guys are smart. I mean, you have people all over the world, you know, from Europe and Asia showing up. You don't know where they've been. You don't know what they've gotten and don't know they have, and it's just smart. It's just good sense to cancel until at least things calm down a little. They get a handle on what's going on with the virus. I do not blame them at all. Yash says, "Why are nerds sweaty? Do they not shower?" That's a reason. That's one reason why they're sweaty. But you know, it's I've been to enough comic book conventions to know that you know, people who go to nerds don't always follow the best physical hygiene protocols. Let me just put it that way, for whatever reason. So you know, most do, but a large percentage do not. Which is why a lot of people call them nerds. Diddle Draw says, I'm going to a cheap Chinese knick-knack knockoff convention in Chinatown, Los Angeles. Okay, cool. Let us know how it goes. Marsupial Gamer says, it's a shame. I absolutely love San Francisco. Yeah, San Francisco has been and can be again a great city, but right now it is a third world nation, basically. You have the very rich, you have the extremely poor, there's no middle class, and the streets are a sewer, literally. And the people who run the city don't care because it benefits them having extremely poor people in the city and not maintaining law and order in that town. It's a mess. I would never want to even visit there right now. Marsupial Gamer says, I think because they're fat. Yeah, if you're overweight, that might contribute to your sweating a lot as well. So, but let's see. Yush says, "Oh no, I'm going to Comic Con with my wife and daughter. Are we going to be around a bunch of sweaty, smelly people? Have you never been to Comic Con before? Yush, are you talking about San Diego Comic Con? I would. I don't know. I've thought about going to Comic Con, and I've sort of rejected going several years ago. It's a madhouse. It's a packed madhouse. So I don't know. It's up to you. But Diller Draw says not following the Hygiene Prime directive. Wash in the flaps. Yeah, you have to wash under the flaps. You can't just wash on the surface. You have to lift up the flaps and wash. Oh, Seattle Comic Con. Okay, that's probably fine. I'm guessing. But yeah, you will be surrounded by a lot of sweaty people who don't necessarily follow good hygiene. So keep that in mind, and bring lots of handy wipes and Perel. Metal says just generally out of shape. Being fat can be part of it. Even skinny, yeah. It's nothing to do, not necessarily have to do with being fat. It's just a lot of people who are nerds who are into comics, gaming, all that sort of nerdy stuff. I don't want to say we're antisocial, but we have a tendency to be introverted, not necessarily the most social people, and because of years of doing that, we don't necessarily always follow proper social hygiene because we're sitting by ourselves in a basement reading comic books, watching sci-fi shows, playing video games by ourselves and not having to interact with other people. This is just my sort of nerdy explanation of it. Being a nerd myself. Not that I have BO, but what I'm saying is that I know a lot of people who, because they're not the most social people in the world, they don't follow certain aspects of being social people, including poor hygiene. In addition to poor manners and sometimes, an inability to talk to girls, so on and so forth, so. Marsupial Gamer says the Comic Con I went to in Nashville had a lot of hot cosplayers. It was great. Well, that's the one good thing about going to Comic Cons. You find a lot of hot cosplayers. That's one of the benefits. One of the negatives is you also get a lot of people who don't practice good hygiene. The Metal says, I personally wouldn't go to any convention right now. I'm even limiting gigs I take in the inner city until this stuff blows over. That's probably wise. I mean, it's just a matter of, using fairly good common sense. Don't necessarily go to big conventions where you're going to be interacting with a lot of people you don't know who are coming from all over the world. I would just say that's common sense. It doesn't mean avoid everyone, at all times, but, if you don't have to be around, 10,000 people in a single room for 3 days at a time, don't do it. Especially if you don't know who those people are. Let's see. Diller Draw says it's like going to a sweaty hip hop club, but instead of BO mixed with the smell of weed and black and mild cigarellos, it's BO and Mountain Dew. Okay. Yush says most people just sit at home and watch TV though. Nerds or not. They only go out and socialize at work because they're forced to make a living. Well, I wouldn't say most people are like that. I mean, I think most people tend to socialize on a fairly regular basis. I'm talking about sort of nerds, geekdom in general, who are much more introverted generally than the average person. So it's a whole different level of sort of introvertedness. Dillard says, I've also noticed for some reason comic nerds are super racist. I have not noticed that. I mean, I've been a comic nerd for almost half a century. So I have not noticed that comic nerds are super racist. It's actually quite the opposite. I haven't really noticed any nerds who are racist. So I would have to disagree with that. Marsupial Gamer says JDC isn't quite the same as most fan. I guess that's the name of the convention you went to. Isn't quite the same as most fan cons. It's more for developers. Oh, okay. You're talking about the one in San Francisco, the gaming one, and for fellow game developers. Although a few days for the public to come in and see the latest cool stuff. Okay, got it. Marsupial Gamer says, "Don't say that, John. It's not true." Yeah, it's not true. John Dillard says super racist. Yeah, okay. For those of you who don't know John Dillard, he likes to mix joking with actually being serious. So I would say if he says something fairly ridiculous, then it's probably him exaggerating to a certain extent. The Metal says, especially if most of those 10,000 people don't generally practice good hygiene, especially half or more congoers don't wash their hands. I know. Oh my gosh, I've never understood why people don't wash their freaking hands when they use the restroom, whether it's at a convention or otherwise. I would say 90% of the time when I'm in a public restroom, I will notice someone using the restroom and then not washing their hands afterwards. And I'm just like, what the frick is wrong with these people? I don't understand that. I mean, this is outside of the coronavirus or the zombie apocalypse or whatever. Wash your freaking hands after you use the bathroom. I mean, that's just like basic human hygiene. I don't understand how people can just ignore that. um, Yesh says, they have a new name for versions now. They call them incels. Hey, yeah, that's so stupid. It's idiotic. I heard about this on Joe Rogan podcast. Yeah, the only people who call other people incels. I mean, that's a far left sort of insult to anyone who doesn't. Whoops. It's a far left insult to anyone who doesn't support sort of left wing propaganda in pop culture. Like when they made Captain Marvel, the female Captain Marvel, and they turned her into like a super man hating feminist who's like really unfriendly and unlikable. When they made that character sort of popular, forced popularity, since no one liked the character once they did that. But they made a movie based on her and everything, and of course, people who follow the comics hate the character because she's unlikable. She's not a nice character. She's not appealing in any way. They ended up making her look like a man in the comics. And so comic book fans rejected her, just because they ruined a really good character. But when comic fans rejected her, the people who changed her into sort of this left wing ideologue, they started calling those fans toxic and calling them incels because I guess incel is what's that stand for? It stands for involuntarily celibate, I guess. Um, and and so they started calling anyone who didn't agree with their left wing propaganda. They started calling them incels out of some stupid attempt at spite or whatever. So you know, no one says incels except for you know far leftists really. Um, See, Marsupial Gamer says they're also sexist. Nerds hate when women show an interest in their hobbies. No, they don't. They hate it when women try to change their hobbies, or anyone. It doesn't matter whether they're women or anyone else. I mean, people generally hate it when new groups of people come into a hobby and then try to change it and alter it to suit their liking. Um, and I don't blame anyone for that. I mean, if you it doesn't matter what your hobby is. I mean, if you're into quilting, and all of a sudden a large group of people starts joining quilting bees and changing in some weird way where it's like, oh, you can't quilt unless you're quilting. I don't know, American flags all the time. It's like what the. It's not quilting. It's just just leave whatever. If you join a hobby, join the hobby and enjoy the hobby for what it is. Don't try to change it into something that you want it to be and insisting that everyone else follows suit. That's a good way to that's not a good way to make friends. That's a good way to tick people off. So John Diller's going on a rant here. Nasty white people. Um Captain Marvel has always been feminist. That's canon. That's true, but she was a likable feminist before. She wasn't a misandrist before. She was. I mean, I loved her when she was Miss Marvel when she first came out in the 1970s when when she was Warbird with the Avengers. What's her name? Kelly Sue DeConnick. What she did in 2012 when she changed the character, she turned Captain Marvel into a third wave feminist, which is basically a man hating feminist, and just in a very obnoxious, ugly both on the inside and the outside character, and it was complete opposite of what she was before. I mean, before Carol Danvers was a really well liked character by a lot of comics fans. After Kelly Sue DeConnick got through with her, no one liked her, and her sales just dropped right down the toilet. That had to reboot her comic book several times because comic fans just stopped buying it, and then they kept on rebooting it, trying to get basically trying to trick fans into buying the comic, and it didn't work. So Don Diller says, "Not true, Jimmy. I'm a comic nerd and I hate women." Well, you're the exception that proves the rule. Most comic nerds actually love women quite a bit. So, also, she was always a fourth tier lame character. Now that part is true. Carol Danvers was never a big character. She was always a team character, mainly with the Avengers, and also she was involved with the X-Men as well back in the '80s. And that's another thing is they took this very likable character, but that was, I wouldn't say she was fourth tier. She was probably, I don't know, third tier, maybe even second tier. But she definitely wasn't first tier. And they tried to make her like a major character, and she's not. Captain Marvel is not a major character. Marvel was so desperate to have their own version of Wonder Woman that they took this character that was perfectly likable, and they not only made her completely unlikable, they elevated her to first tier status, and that just ticked a lot of people off. It's like, this character does not deserve to be heading up all these titles, and you turned her into a complete biatch. So we're not gonna really support her, and that's a major reason why in what was that movie, Endgame. That's why Captain Marvel wasn't in Endgame that much. And why people in the audience, when I went to see the movie, they all cheered when Thanos literally punched her out of the movie at towards the end. After Thanos punched her, you didn't see her again. She just completely disappeared out of the film, and that's the reason why. The reason why is because no one. She's just a terrible character. The current version of her, anyway. Yash says, "Oh, I didn't know incel originated from left-wing comic readers. It didn't. It didn't originate from that. Incel originated from a bunch of from a men's organization, or a bunch of guys who were involved with men's rights, and it wasn't that many. It's like a minimal number of guys, like probably like 10 guys. They decided to create this term incel." As an excuse for why they weren't getting dates or whatever, and so they called themselves incels. Okay, and no one even knew about them. They didn't really even hadn't even really heard of them. But I think one guy, what was it, a few years ago, who called himself an incel. I think he committed suicide in a really public way. He set himself on fire. I can't even remember at this point. And it got in all the newspapers. And once that happened, then left-wing activists picked up on it. And from there, that's when the term really sort of took off in left-wing circles. And they decided, oh, we're going to use this term, incel, and use it to describe losers who don't agree with our agenda. So anyone who sort of balks at us, sort of force feeding, sort of leftist ideology into comics and gaming. Okay, I think we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay, it's working. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So it didn't necessarily start from from left-wing comic creators. They just picked it up and ran with it. Yush. So that's where it spawns from. Up. See, John Diller's talking. John Diller says, I wish I was an incel. We're trying for another baby. Okay, cool. He says, it isn't fun. Well, practicing, trying for another baby, if you're doing it the natural way, can be fun. But I know it's not fun if you are doing in vitro and stuff. It's pretty stressful. My wife and I, we're trying to, well, we'd still like to have children, but we're just we're doing the sort of the all natural way, but it's we're kind of up there in age, so we've kind of resigned to the fact that it probably will not happen. But I would encourage everyone to have children. It is children are pretty cool. So okay. Yush has got to go. Hey, thanks, Yush, for hanging out. If you're still here, I don't know if you are or not, but and hopefully this live stream's still working. Up. All right. John's saying stuff I don't understand. I need Gatorade. Actually, she was at the funeral. I don't know what that means. Jiminy, your history is all jacked up. Possibly. Stop talking. It's like listening to my grandpa explain an iPod. Sorry about that. I'm probably older than your grandpa. So I didn't get a chance to watch the video. I don't know what video you're talking about, John. And Metal says it is now working. Good. Which video did you not have a chance to watch, John Dillard? What time is it? It's 6 o'clock. This is what happens when I talk. I stop drawing. Oh, you're talking about the Red Rooster video I posted. No, I did not. I got what I got in the mail were the 3 comic books that the Brightwisers were doing outside of Red Rooster. It was Bass Reeves, Nora's Saga, and The Futurist. I got those 3 comics in the mail. So, and I've read one of them. I read Bass Reeves. It was very good. So I'm assuming the other 2 are going to be equally good, if not better. But I was disappointed that I still have not received Red Rooster. So, what the frick is going on? It's okay. I'm hoping that it's still working. It is not shut off. All right, I'm assuming this thing is still working. It's not. John Diller says Brightwise is at POS. Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I think that he has made. I think that Mitch has made some poor decisions in terms of his comic and Red Rooster and his priorities. And I think it's been a big mistake that has hurt him with the fan base, the community that supported him when he launched Red Rooster. It's been almost 2 years ago, and we're still waiting for the comic book. It's just bad customer service, bad business, whatever you want to call it. People is, I don't know. I'm trying not to slam him too much because but let me just put it this way. He launched Red Rooster in summer of 2018. It's now almost spring, or it is spring of 2020, almost 2 years later. In that time, he's managed to put out 3 comic books, that I just received. Bass Reeves, The Futurist, and Norse Saga. But we still haven't gotten that initial comic book that we ordered and paid for and supported 2 years ago. That doesn't make any sense. And there's been no, to my mind, valid explanation as to why that has occurred. If he and his team can put out 3 comic books, in that time, we should be able to get that one comic book that he promised us 2 years ago. And the fact that the comic book is going to be sold in Walmart and big box stores before the fans who backed the comic book initially are going to get it, just makes it sort of adds insult to injury. So that's I don't know. That's my take on it anyway. I think he just needs to get the book out. He needs to get the book out ASAP to fans. The fans should get it before Walmart, and he should throw something extra in there for free, to placate all the people that he's sort of ticked off. So, but I don't know. It's this company. I can't. I don't want to rag on him too much. I think he and Elizabeth are good creators. I just think they've made really poor decisions in terms of how they've handled this whole thing. The middle says, kind of glad for a lot of these books I didn't have the budget to back them. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've gotten every book that I've ordered, except for Red Rooster, and I've been satisfied with all of them for the most part. I've gotten what I've expected from them. It's just that I think everyone just sort of wants everyone just wants a good product. They buy a comic book, especially if they're paying $25 for a comic book plus shipping. They don't want to have to wait 2 years to get it. And then find out that people who they bought the comic from are getting the comic book to other people before them. That just kind of annoys folks. So. I've gotten a few I've backed that have hit the delivery window. I don't think a few months is really late for this type of thing, but years definitely. Yeah, I mean, if something is, I've gotten comics a few months late. That's fine. It doesn't bother me. But like I said, it'll be 2 years by the time we actually get it, from the time most people ordered it, and that's again, it's not really acceptable, especially when they've been producing other comics in the meantime. So that I think that's my main beef. It's like you have time to do other books, but you're not putting out the book that you promised us. Priorities. We didn't order, 3 other books. Well, we did order it, but later on. when we supported Red Rooster, we weren't supporting, three other books. We were supporting Red Rooster. So let's see, what am I drawing here? All right. Pencil. All right. Hmm. Why? Hmm. All right. My tablet is going nuts here. John Diller asked a question. Let me make sure if it. Um, John Diller says, "Does it make you more or less likely to support Mitch in the future?" Um, well, it makes you less likely to support him in the future. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I ordered Red Rooster in summer of 2018. In fall of last year, over a year later, I still hadn't received Red Rooster, but they launched another campaign for the three books: Bass Reeves, Norse Saga, and The Futurist. I backed that, even though I had not received Red Rooster to that point, because they looked like good books, and Mitch was promising that Red Rooster was coming in early 2020. Now that's been pushed back, apparently. So if they launch any more campaigns, I'm not going to back them, because even though I liked these three books that I've received, I still have not received the first book that I backed from them. So until they fulfill all of their obligations, there's no reason for me to back anything else they do in the future. So if that answers your question. I'm willing to give people a chance, but if they don't fulfill all their obligations within a reasonable amount of time, then I'm not going to continue supporting them. But did you support Red Rooster, or did you support Mitch in his career? I supported Red Rooster. I didn't know who Mitch Breitweiser was before he launched Red Rooster, but I liked the artwork, and I saw some of the artwork he had done for Captain America in the past, so I thought, I'll back it. So Mitch himself was a cipher to me. I didn't know him from Adam, so I wasn't backing him. I was backing the book. John Doe says, makes sense to me. Okay, cool. I'm glad it makes sense to more than just me. All my questions are answered. Oh, okay, cool. The answer is 42, John. That will answer all of your questions. Mundane questions always seem more intense because Diller speaks in all caps. I love it. Yeah, Diller tends to speak in all caps even when you're listening to him live. I think his life is lived in all caps. Mel says never dial down, always to 11. What is it that what's his name says? I can't remember his name from My Hero Academia. Plus Ultra, go beyond. What you do will affect the way I see you, but it's your business. Yeah, yeah, no, I agree. But that's why it's good to maintain good customer service and not do things that are going to tick large percentages of your customers off. Word of mouth is a very powerful thing, and you want to maintain good word of mouth rather than bad. Sorry, my head keeps on hitting the camera. And I want him to continue. You want Mitch Breitweiser to continue? I want his business to succeed as well. That's what you're saying. I just want the comic book I ordered. Just give me my comic book. That's all I want. Um. All right. If I never get the shield, oh well. I gave it to him, not the book. Says John. Oh, you're talking about the Canadian shield. Um. You're missing large swaths of text. Switch to live chat. You're missing everything. I'm in live chat. I think I'm missing some too. I don't think you're missing anything. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Ah. I I think like when I was trying to post my link the other day, YouTube is just auto censoring some chat without even letting the mods approve or not. Yeah, the metal. I think that was true. Okay, back. This is Yush. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't allowing you to post that, and I do think it was YouTube auto censoring. Um, it wasn't my computer because the stream was fine. Yeah, switch to lowercase, Dill. You probably broke it. You probably overwhelmed the system that you're always trying to game. So yeah, yeah. I don't think it was the I don't think it was the Wi-Fi or the internet. I think it might be YouTube. I don't know why it's doing that. What I said was I backed Rick Piper because I wanted to see. Oh, okay. Oh, you backed Rick Piper. Okay. Yeah. For some reason, the um the computer, not the computer, but the internet, YouTube didn't post the part about Rick Piper. All right, got it. Okay, you were talking about Rick Piper, not Mitch Brightreiser. Um, Beyonder versus Lucifer, who wins? Are you talking about the real devil or um, Yush? I would say Lucifer wins. If you're talking about the actual devil versus the Beyonder, because the Beyonder's pretty, well, I don't know. He's kind of simple. He's someone who would be easily fooled. Uh oh. Oh, my wife's home. I'll be right back. right, I'm back. Let's see here. Ba-da-ba. John Doe says, I'm back with Recovery because I want to see him continue creating. I do too. Yes. Not because I want the shield. I could care less. No, okay, yes, she's saying the character Lucifer. I'm not that familiar with the character Lucifer from DC Comics. I'm assuming that he is and has the same abilities as the devil. So I would still say the Beyonder, I guess, because the Beyonder is kind of, at least from what I know, is kind of easily fooled. He's kind of gullible, unless he's gotten smarter over the decades. John Doe says, I back Mitch too, but I gave up on that. Oh gosh, he gave up on him long ago. Supporting characters in the realm of crowdfunding is, I feel, pretty much just giving them some money to help them continue what they're doing, like a Patreon. I agree to a certain extent. If I get a bonus like for helping, great. If not, that's okay too. Okay. I just say F Mitch because he did a heel turn and became a POS. Well, that didn't help either. I mean, you need to, if you're going to be late, not fulfill your obligations, if there's a delay or whatever, you have to maintain good customer service. You can't be a jerk. You can't turn on the people who supported you. You have to maintain some sort of grace, because the people who you've let down have shown grace to you waiting up to that point. So you can't, because they're angry, you can't get angry at them for being upset, because they're upset for a reason. And you have to be understanding to that, and empathetic, and go above and beyond in terms of sort of quelling their annoyance. You have to take the bullet. You have to accept it. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I backed or continue to back what's his name, Richard C. Meyer. After I got Jawbreakers, I got Jawbreakers. It came in pretty rough shape. Because he didn't package it well, or he didn't have it packaged well, and he responded very well. I mean, he was very apologetic. He sent out replacement copies to everyone who received damaged copies, and when he did that, I was like, man, that guy is doing the right thing. He's practicing good customer support, customer relations, and so I backed his next book immediately, just because of his response from the first book. And sort of the mishaps that happened with it. So, you need to build up goodwill with your customers, with your potential customers, with your future customers, and you can't go on rants on social media. You can't go around attacking fellow creators and stuff. I mean, and I say this, I'm kind of, in a sense, doing it because I'm being critical, but you can't be a jerk, because the people that you're counting on for support aren't going to like it, and it's going to blow back on you in terms of lost sales in the future, and just loss of support in general from the people who you want to support you. All right. Calling customers crybabies because they voice their concerns. Yeah, exactly. You can't do that. Laughing at them and the like. You cannot do that. That's stupid. Similarly, that's why I threw what I could towards Rick. Though the Buckler Ashcan, on the other hand, I threw more money at when I could, because I really want that. Yeah, I really want that Buckler. I want that thing to succeed. So I don't know. Well, yeah, the Buckler is tight, says John Dillard. What about Azathoth versus Spectre? I don't know who Azathoth is, Yush. So I'm clueless. I know what the Spectre can do. So I would have to know. I would have to look up the other guy to compare the two. I don't know them. Um, the metal says Lucifer is not omnipotent. Only known thing stronger than him is God, the presence. I say Lucifer purely because I think DC scales harder than Marvel in the cosmic realm. Um, Dillard says Azeroth versus Spectre. Outcome Buckler wins. I mean Azeroth versus God. I assume presence is God. In that sense, God beats everyone. But again, I don't know. I don't know what DC Comics has done with their version of God. So I assume it's God. So God wins. Again, I don't know who Azathoth is. I've never heard of that character. I do not know. That's my answer. I don't know. All right. Let's see. Best angle. Best angle. Best angle. Ah, this might be pretty good. Lovecraft. Are you aware? My goodness. Um. Oh, Azathoth is Lovecraftian creation god whose sleeping dream comprises all creation. If he awakes, all things cease to be. Yeah, I never read Lovecraft, but I still, I, I, I would say God wins every time. So, um, let's see. Jimmy sounds like a God sympathizer. I am a big God sympathizer. So, any fight between God or someone else, God wins. God wins, they lose. Now, a better question would be who wins in a fight, One Punch Man or Goku? That's the question. I already know the answer, but. Would you read the Necronomicon? Why would I read that? Yush. I've seen The Evil Dead. Why would I read it? God the Father versus Jesus versus the Holy Spirit. Three-way sudden death match. Who wins? Also, who gets pinned by who? I would say God the Father wins. Um, yeah, he still wins. You don't want to mess with God the Father. He will rain down fire and brimstone on you. Yeah, that's true. Jesus was pretty ripped. He was a carpenter, but you know, he still got killed. He came back, but you know. Yeah, I wouldn't want to engage Jesus in an arm wrestling match. It's a good way to get your arm broken. Of course, he'd heal it, but then, but it'd be still be kind of embarrassing. Then he'd take you out to lunch. That's how cool Jesus is. He'd break your arm in an arm wrestling match. He'd heal, and then he'd take you out to lunch and give you some wine, make you feel better. Let's see. The Metal says Goku would currently win because there's actually is a hard scaling in One Punch Man, but Saitama can one punch the him of yesterday every day, so he'll eventually catch up and surpass him. I'm not sure I understand that last sentence. Yush says, so you are seriously too afraid to read the Necronomicon? I seriously wouldn't read it. Well, I don't mess with that stuff, Yush. I mean, if it actually existed, I wouldn't read it. So, you know, I don't mess with Ouija boards or any of that weird, you know, stuff. So yes, I'm wise enough to not want to read occult books of occult. Eric Hawk says Jesus has to ripped. Oh, has to be ripped. Who would want to follow a fat Jesus? I don't think it really matters what Jesus looked like, but I just think that based on what he did for a living, he would be pretty ripped. You know, he'd be making tables, you know, fixing carts, building houses. Yeah, I mean, if you know any carpenters who work, you know, with just traditional tools, or just in general, I mean, anyone who works with their hands, except for me, you know, I got soft little artist hands. But you know, if you know guys who are mechanics or whatever, you know, carpenters, they got some pretty strong brute strength just built up over the years. So. Yush says it exists. You can buy it on Amazon. It's not the real thing, Yush. That's just a little. That's not. It's not the real Necronomicon. John Doe says Jiminy is the kind of guy who throws his kids' Ouija boards in. He throws his kids' Ouija boards in a neighbor's garbage can because if it was his garbage can, he'd get the heebie-jeebies. Nah, I would. Actually, I'd probably throw it in a garbage can, then I'd probably burn it. The mail says Sedema himself, and an official side note says every day that I wake up, I can one punch myself from the day before. I don't understand. That means if he fought himself. Oh. That means if he fought himself from yesterday, he'd one shot him. Okay, that's funny. That's neat. So he gets stronger, that much stronger every day. That's pretty impressive. There are also like different versions of Necronomicon. I own one. It's a funny mock tomb. Yeah, it's not a. It's just joke stuff. Diller Draw says, I got a DVD of the Evil Dead 2 that came out in a Necronomicon collector. Yeah, I saw that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty funny. Alright, let's see. But how would you know which is the real version of Necronomicon? There are several versions. It's taking a risk. It's not a real book, Yush. So it doesn't matter which version you get. They're all fake. They're all fake books. Metal says because there is no real version. Lovecraft made it all up. Exactly. Half the gods are a distortion of Sumerian myths. Yes, exactly. I'm saying if it was real, I wouldn't read it. But you know, the fake books, it's just fiction. It's like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I mean, you could print a version of it, but it's not real. Yush says that's not what the crazy Arab would say. Well, the crazy Arab is crazy, so I wouldn't put too much stock in that. Um, Dillard says I'm a crazy Arab, and I say it's fake. Um, well, the crazy Arab may say it is fake because he would believe everything is fake as a construct of Azathoth's dream. Okay? Nabbit, stop it. I've never been into Lovecraft. I'm not sure. Well, I think I know why. I'm not really into horror, so I mean, I have a familiarity of some of these things, but I mean, I've never read a Stephen King novel or anything. I just don't. It's just not my thing. So I never really got into um, H.P. Lovecraft or his books. I mean, I'm roughly familiar with what he's written, but I've never really delved into it or had much interest in doing so on my own, which is a little odd because I tend to like a lot of fiction from that time. I love pulp novels. Love Tarzan stuff, John Carter from Mars. You know, so, but yeah, I think it's just a subject matter. I'm not really into it. And I say that while I'm drawing a horror comic book, which is a little ironic, but yeah, I'm not a huge horror fan. I have an appreciation for it, but I don't really gravitate towards that stuff on my own. Let's see. Yesh says Lovecraft may have gotten the Necronomicon info from the Crazy Arab, which is what the theory. That's what the theory is. Eric Hawkins says try Hearts of Atlantis by King, or by Stephen King or Dreamcatcher. Not really horror, more sci-fi. Okay, interesting. Um, yeah, well, Stephen King's written a bunch of different genres, so I mean, and like what was it? The Green Mile. Was it Shawshank Redemption? So he writes more than horror. So yeah. Um, the Metal says most of the mythos doesn't even actually come from Lovecraft. Howard kept it vague on purpose to keep it mysterious and scary. Then a bunch of others ran wild with it. Gotcha. Um, Howard, he's talking about the creator, Robert Howard, the creator of Conan, I believe. Robert E. Howard. Yash says Lovecraft is the weirdest, most messed up stuff out there. Oh, okay. That's his name. H.P. Lovecraft, Howard Philip Lovecraft. Thank you for the clarification of the metal. I apologize. See, I don't know much about him. I know him as Lovecraft and H.P. Lovecraft. I didn't even know what his initials stood for. John Diller says, Jimmy, please explain your awful recommendation of the Netflix Dracula. Okay. Well, I heard about the Netflix Dracula, saw some clips from it. It looked interesting, so I watched it, and it was good up until the last episode. The last episode was there were 3 episodes. Each episode was about 2 hours long. So first 2 episodes were a rough, I say rough, adaptation of Bram Stoker's original novel. Same premise, same time period. They changed quite a bit of things in the story. You know, the people who created this new Netflix Dracula, which is a BBC version of Dracula, they're the same guys who did the Sherlock TV series from about 8 years ago, starring Benedict Cumberbatch as a modern day Sherlock Holmes. It set in a modern world. So and it was very good. It was excellent actually. But of course they altered some things and they updated the stories from the 1800s to modern day. Um, those same guys created this new version of Dracula, and it was set. It's still set in the same time period, um, but they added a lot of things that weren't in the novel. I mean, it was a lot of humor, a lot of contemporary sort of idioms and attitudes and stuff. I mean, the whole. I mean, they changed quite a bit, but it was fairly decent. I mean, like Van Helsing, Dracula's enemy in the novel. Um, they completely changed him. They changed him into a nun. So Van Helsing is a woman in the new Netflix series, and she's very snarky. You know, very sort of irreverent nun. She doesn't even necessarily believe in God. But it's an interesting take on the Dracula legend. The first 2 episodes were funny and they were good. They were fairly solid episodes. The third episode sort of went off the rails though, because in the third episode they bring it to the present. Dracula, at the end of the second episode, he ends up in his coffin after a ship sinks, and his coffin's underwater. He wakes up in the modern day, in the 21st century, and then he deals with a whole bunch of characters from the novel, but sort of modern day versions of these characters, and it just becomes sort of a mess. It goes from being somewhat enjoyable to just sort of ridiculous. So first 2 episodes are good. Third episode is nonsense, but it's still somewhat fun nonsense. It's just it's a TV show, so it's like I don't take it seriously. John Dillard apparently took it too seriously. John Dillard says the third episode was the worst thing I ever saw. The first 2 were great. The third ruined my life. I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry. It was like a bootleg Black Mirror. Oh wow! And he got the ugliest girl in the world to play some classic beauty. Are you talking about the girl who played Lucy? She wasn't. She wasn't ugly. Um, Van Helsing was great. Um, I couldn't even tell. Oh my gosh, John, you're terrible. I couldn't even tell she was burned at the end. That's pretty harsh. Um, and the whole story hung on the premise that she was so irreverent and beautiful. It was the only girl Dracula ever loved. Well, I don't even think it was her beauty. I don't think her beauty played into it at all in terms of why he liked her, or as much as he could like anyone. I think it was the fact because she was like a carefree sort of callous millennial, a jaded millennial. She didn't care about whether she lived or died. She didn't care that he was a mass murderer or a vampire. And she embraced it, and she was the first person that he had met that wasn't horrified by who he was or what he did, and that's why he liked her, because she accepted him for who he was, just a monster, and she didn't care. So I think that's what drew him to her, not her beauty, because she was attractive, but I don't think Dracula cares about beauty, or he obviously didn't in that show. He cared about himself. He cared about eating people, drinking their blood. That's all he cared about. And even when she showed up at the end, all burned up and stuff, he told her, it's like, it doesn't matter to me what you look like. I don't care. I care about the fact that you don't care that I'm a monster, and he appreciated that. Jill says, "Oh really? Let me count the times people said you're so beautiful." Oh, that's other people. I'm talking about Dracula. How Dracula felt. I mean, I don't care what the other characters, how they treated her. I mean, all the characters in that third episode were generally pretty stupid. You know, so um, Elvira- Yash says Elvira has good cans. Yes, she does. John Diller says it doesn't matter how many times you say someone is beautiful. That don't make it so. Yes, that's true. But the premise was that she was a party girl that everyone liked. So that was the that's basically the setup. So but yeah, that third episode was pretty bad. If you don't, it didn't compared to the other two episodes, it bothered me, but overall, it didn't bother me because it's a TV series. I don't I can't get too upset over a limited TV series. I wasn't that invested in it. But it was a fun way to spend 2 hours. Um, Dylan says, "Yeah, the new Van Helsing was brutal. Loved her. Um, I liked the nun version. I didn't like her descendant. Her descendant was just dumb. Um, the same actress played her, but yeah, she was an interesting take on Van Helsing. She was very funny, very, like I said, very very irreverent, which it was both annoying, but it was also kind of interesting and funny. Um, she almost saved the show. Um, John Doe says, "I'm ignoring episode 3. You should too." That's fine. You do not have to love every episode of every show. It's perfectly acceptable. Like I said, I've only really liked episodes 1 and 6 of Picard so far. But you know, I'll keep watching. We'll see if it gets better. I don't know. Time will tell. I loved every episode of the Andy Griffith Show. Okay? I have not seen every episode of the Andy Griffith Show, so I can't comment. I've seen a number of them, but I wouldn't say that I've loved them, but they were entertaining to a certain extent. Let's see. Metal says, gotta have Kim Fine's mentality from Scott Pilgrim. At least it'll give us something to complain about. Kim Pines. I saw the movie Scott Pilgrim. I don't remember who Kim Pines is. John Doe says, I love them all. Don't tell me how to live my life. Okay. You can love them. Alright. Kim is the drummer. The drummer. Oh, okay, from Bomb or whatever their band was. Yeah. Yeah, she was kind of a negative Nancy. Kind of a sourpuss. Let's see here. All right. Did you like the spin-off Gomer Pyle, though? Asked the Metal. Oh, I guess he's asking John Dilder if you like Gomer Pyle. Gomer Pyle, what was he? It was he was a Marine, so it was like not MCU. It was it's some initials for the Marine Corps afterwards. Can't remember what they were. I never really liked Gomer Pyle. I thought he was too dumb character. Oh, excuse me. Haha, Diller says hated it every episode. And Mayberry RFD. I actually like Mayberry RFD. I don't know why. Maybe because I like Ken Berry. I'm not sure why I like that. Mel says good. You didn't like Gomer Pyle, says Eric Hawkins. For shame, for shame, for shame. For shame, for shame, for shame. F Troop. I never got into F Troop either. Or Petticoat Junction. There's so many of these sort of shows that I just never I did like Green Acres though. I like Green Acres, but that's really the only. I liked Andy Griffith. Those are only two sort of country based comedies I really got into. uh, John Dillis says, Jimmy Lee, that's strike two. Green Acres was pure class. Yeah, it was good. Green Acres was a good show. Ah, drat. Green Acres tune gets stuck in my head a lot, says the metal. That's because it's a great song. It's a place to be. Yeah, so it's the Andy Griffith theme. Same thing, yeah. I actually have the Andy Griffith Andy Griffith song on my iPod and iTunes. The actual song with the words. It's a good song. Beverly Hillbillies. Never got into Beverly Hillbillies. I've seen it, but I never watched it on a regular basis. I've seen episodes here and there. So it's fun to whistle when I stroll down the road. It's fun to whistle when you're in in a hallway or a stairwell because it echoes. You get that whole effect. So it's pretty cool. It sounds a lot better. All right. Now, some of the effects that are going to go on in this panel, I'm going to do in Photoshop. So it's just I want sound waves radiating from this radio, but it would have been dicey doing it by hand. I guess I could have done it, but it's going to be it'll be less prone to be ruined by me doing it on the computer, where I do have an undo button to to try different looks for it. So. All right. I did my master's thesis on Bob Lazar. The question is, do you believe him? I don't know who Bob Lazar is, Yash. So you have to explain. John Diller says, "Coward, do it." Are you talking about the effects? Yeah, I am kind of a coward when it comes to certain things in drawing. If I'm not fairly sure that I can pull it off, I will tend to use a computer to do it. Nasser's reputation is on the line. He can't afford to risk it. Yeah, I don't think I'm not worried about Nasser's reputation in terms of me screwing up the art. I'm worried more about um, probably disappointing myself because I have in my head what it should look like, and I don't know if I can replicate it by hand, or at least as cool as I would like it to be. So I figure I'll just take the safe route and do it via computer. Sort of like me in coloring. I guess I could color by hand, but chances of it being an ugly mess are increased 500-fold, as opposed to if I do it on a computer where I can sort of play around and get the best look possible. All right, did I mess that up? Probably. Um, Yash says Bob Lazar is the most well-known confiscated UFO technology whistleblower in the world. He was on Joe Rogan and got several million views. He's been talking about it since the 1980s. Okay, I've never heard of him. I guess I just don't follow UFO stuff that much. Coloring by hands for suckers, says John Dillard. Don't be a sucker. Okay, I'm trying not to be a sucker, so that's why I don't color by hand. Although hold on. Although I mean I've seen plenty of artists who do stuff by hand and it looks great. And especially I used to use marker all the time in college, and when I graduated, I would use marker to color my my jobs, my freelance jobs, because I didn't have a computer, so I draw by hand, color by hand, and then give it to them for them to scan in and all that stuff. But yeah, once I got the computer, I gave that up. I haven't colored anything by hand in decades. It's been a long time. I could definitely color way better by hand, but coloring materials are too expensive for my for my scanner to not pick them up properly. Okay, so you're saying your scanner doesn't pick up the colors that you lay down with your whatever you're using, your markers or your paints accurately. Can't you what's the term I'm looking for? Can you color adjust the scanner so it scans colors accurately? I guess as you say your scanner's crappy, it maybe doesn't have that capability. So okay. Alright. Looks pretty good. I didn't mess that kid up too much. Um Jason versus Ditko. Jason wins. Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about the Friday the 13th guy? Versus I guess you're talking about me and Steve Ditko. I would not say that. Steve, I don't know if I could have created the Spider-Man's costume. I don't know if I could have designed Doctor Strange and Iron Man's armor. But Steve Ditko, the Creeper. Steve Ditko's created so much awesomeness that I would definitely side with Ditko versus me. Hawk and Dove. I mean, yeah. Steve Ditko is pretty awesome. The Question, dang. Captain Adam. Although his Captain Adam costume was pretty crummy, so I would say that. Okay, scratch Captain Adam, but most of the other stuff was pretty choice. Yes, this now you win. The manual says it's not a very good scanner. Discount bin stuff does the blacks and whites well, but no amount of adjustment has stopped the color from washing. Better off just using Photoshop to color. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's probably true. I mean, I just don't. I find coloring to be so difficult that, for me anyway, um, that it's just way easier to do it on a computer than trying to do it by hand. Yeah, if you mess up by hand, you color something, it's a pain in the butt to correct it. On a computer, you mess something up on a computer in coloring, you just just undo it, and then it's very easy. It's so easy to correct on a computer that it's not for me anyway. It's no contest. I, I I don't even think twice about it about coloring on a computer versus doing it by hand. The only way I would color by hand is if my computer was completely dead and I had no choice and I was on deadline. Until I first met you, I was lonesome. And when you came inside, dear, my heart grew light, and this whole world seemed new to me. You're really swell, I have to admit you deserve expressions that really fit you. And so I broke my brain hoping to explain all the things that you did to me. Oh, Mr. Shane, please let me explain. Oh, Mr. Shane, means you're crying. Sorry, keep hitting the camera with my head. Trying to get close to the artwork. Hey, there's 8 people watching. Very cool. Well, thank you very much, everyone. If you haven't already, please, please, please give this live stream a thumbs up. Please share it out to Twitter and Facebook, to your family, friends, and enemies. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell for notifications of future videos. This comic book that you're watching me draw right now will be launching on Indiegogo in about 2 weeks, on Friday the 13th. So make sure to hit the bell. You can come back here several times a week, hopefully every day, to see me drawing it. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will try to answer them as best I can and not bore you to death. I might bore you, but hopefully I won't bore you to death. All right. 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 I have a close buddy with a top of the line scanner, though. I think I might do a full premium comic entirely by hand at some point. Just scan it over there. That's cool. My scanner is pretty good. I have a ScanMaker i900 from Microtech, and I got it years ago. But it's a very good scanner, and it's 8.5 by 14. So when I scan these pages in, I have to scan it in like 3 pieces in order to get the whole thing on there, and then paste it together. That's the only problem. But I think scanners nowadays are probably cheaper than when I bought mine. I bought mine's probably 12 years old, so I imagine prices have gone down in that time. So, but even when I got it, it wasn't too much. I think I bought it for like $600, $700. So, but it's been worth it. It's more than paid for itself. Also, if you can, see if you can buy a refurbished version of a good scanner. I think half my stuff here is refurbished, just because it's so much cheaper than buying it brand new, and it's usually I've yet to buy a refurbished piece of equipment that wasn't perfect, in terms of what it does. So, what am I doing here? Did I mess up? Did I mess up? All right. Let's see. I get refurbished stuff a lot, System Metal, but because I can get things done the way I do at the moment, there are higher priority expenses. Okay. Let's see here. Alright. So let's try not to mess this up. Try. Try not to mess it up. Let's see how much ink is left in this cartridge. There's a fair amount of ink left. Good. Alright. 10 people watching. Great Scott. Please hit that like button. If you haven't already, subscribe to my channel. I would greatly appreciate it. But regardless, thank you for showing up and showing your support. I really appreciate it. Alright, let's see. Yash asks, who was that Green Lantern artist that did the series where he met the aliens? Where he met aliens? That's I'm not sure I understand because Green Lantern meets aliens in every episode, every issue. He got his powers from aliens, so you have to be more specific. Are you talking about aliens like Sigourney Weaver aliens? If so, I don't know who that artist was. If you're talking about Sigourney Weaver aliens, if you mean just aliens in general, you would have to specify what aliens, and I need more information. Oh. Come on. Always. There we go. Every time I try to uncap this brush pen, it always. It's on there pretty tight, so I'm trying to be cautious. Trying to open it and then have the whole thing explode in my hand. I'll look it up. I like this art. Okay, cool.
What you're going to hear about today is nothing short of a miracle. It's dramatically new, made possible only through years of research, invention, and innovation. Yet when wires are loaded with a lot of conversation, boosted its strength, and travel some distance, something else happens. Let me show you. You see, instead of sounding like this, your voice comes out sounding like this.
Uh, Yash says you like electronic music. It depends on the music. Is that what's playing? This is electro swing music. Yash. So this is like 1920s, 30s, and 40s swing music put to an electric modern beat. So it's sort of it's kind of electric music, but it's all based on music that's about anywhere from 70 to 100 years old. So I mean, if you listen to it, you if you're familiar with swing music from the 30s and 40s, you'll hear a lot of this music will be familiar to you. It's just that the beat, the tempo, and a lot of the sounds will have been updated to sort of modern tastes, I guess. And this is all just stuff I found on YouTube. It's just YouTube music basically, but it's all copyright free, so I can play it during my live streams and not get smacked by the YouTube police. Um, Yush says my favorite electric music station is Post-Apocalyptic Electronic Wasteland on Google Music. I highly suggest it. Okay, I'll have to check it out. Post-Apocalyptic Electronic Wasteland is on YouTube as well. Okay, cool. Like this music right now, this is Cab Calloway, but they've updated his songs. So trying to take the cap off without ah exploding the ink in the pen.
WEAF, New York.
Um, Grant Morrison, Liam Sharp, that Green Lantern series. Okay, Intergalactic Lawman. Okay, I'm not familiar with it, I'm afraid. There've been a lot of Green Lantern stories written. Hmm.
I mean the kind of music men hum or whistle when they feel on top of the world.
Um, are you familiar with those artists? I mean, Grant Morrison is a writer, but Liam Sharp, I've heard his name. I'm not familiar with his art though. So, I mean, if you show me a picture of his art, I might recognize it, but I don't know him that well.
I mean the kind of music men hum or whistle when they feel on top of the world. And gentlemen, one of the many things that give you that tip-top feeling is the pleasure of being well dressed.
Um, how can I show you a picture on here? It's not possible to show a picture on during the live stream. It's one of the most impressive comic art I've ever seen. That's why I bring it up. I could look it up. And I might, like I said, I might recognize it. Let me look. I'll be right back. Gotta walk away from my drawing table. So. Yeah. yeah, I just looked at his stuff. It's good. Um, I mean, it's reminds me of oh my gosh, can't remember all these artists' names. Um, a guy who used to draw Captain Marvel years ago, back in the '70s, maybe early '80s. Um, but yeah, it's good art. It's very good, very detailed. Um, Yash says, yeah, the details. That kind of detail just takes a lot of time, I assume. It's all about time, right? Well, yeah, it's, how fast can you draw as much detail as you want to put in your artwork? I mean, some people can draw very quickly and put a lot of detail in their work. Like, another guy who drew Green Lantern for a long time, his name's Ethan Van Sciver. I mean, his work was a lot like Liam Sharp's. Um, he drew Green Lantern for years, but Ethan's method of drawing was, I mean, you look at my drawings here. Oh, I might show you. Like this next page, it's like, this is in pencil, and I draw it in full pencils, and then I go over it with ink to draw. That's my method of drawing, because I need to have a solid foundation for me to figure out where to put the inks. So I draw it fully in pencil, then I draw it fully in inks on top of the pencil. Um, Ethan Van Sciver, he doesn't do that. He doesn't draw full pencils. He basically just draws a really, 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 really rough sketch. I wouldn't even call it a sketch. I just call it a gesture drawing. I mean, he'll draw. I mean, something even less detailed than this. I mean, he'll draw something really, really sketchy, and he'll basically draw a stick figure. He'll draw a stick figure like this in pencil or in blue line pencil, and from here he'll go straight to inks, and he'll start doing really detailed work, doing the full inks based on that one little stick figure. And by doing that, he saves himself a lot of time. And he's able to do a monthly book, um, with a lot of detail in it. But it takes a lot of skill and a lot of patience, a lot of confidence in what you're doing in order to pull that off. And not a lot of people can do that. So maybe Liam Sharp, like Ethan Van Sciver, maybe he doesn't do full pencils. I'm assuming if he's doing a monthly book that detailed, he's either extremely fast or he is skipping the penciling stage in essence, by doing a rough outline of the figures, and then going straight into the inks, to save himself a lot of time and work. I mean, it's a ton of work to do it, but he doesn't have to draw the page twice. I mean, when you're doing it like me, I'm basically drawing the page twice. I'm drawing the full page in pencil, then I'm drawing the full page over again in inks. And that, and also just your rate of drawing. I mean, I tend to draw kind of slow, so I mean, I could do a page a day, but it's it's just a lot of work. So but I could not pencil and ink a page in one day. Someone like Van Sciver or Liam Sharp, I'm guessing, could probably ink and draw a page a day. Another guy who can do that, he can do what's his name? Mike Miller, Mike S. Miller, who draws. He used to draw stuff for DC Comics. Now he's drawing his own comic book, Lone Star. But he's really fast, extremely fast, and he's even faster when he draws on a computer. So a lot of artists out there who draw really fast, really detailed work. It just depends on the artist and how much experience they have. So, hey, the metal's back. Good seeing you. Um, Yush asks, that's risky though, right? With possibly messing up. Yeah, it is. But I mean, again, it has to do with confidence. Are they confident enough in their skill to pull it off? And some of these artists can do it. They're able to. Hold on, sorry, I lost my pen again. Oh, here it is. Um, they're able to pull it off. I mean, they know their abilities well enough to just and even if they do mess up, they're able to cover it up so it looks like Bob Ross, like a happy accident, and they're able to mask their mistakes, which is an excellent skill to have. And again, that takes confidence to pull that off. So. Alright. Only thing about okay, Metal, glad you're back. Yesh says the only thing about tons of detail, it looks impressive, but but less detail looks cleaner. So they both have pros and cons. Yeah, you just have to know when to use it and when not to use it. So or how to use it. I mean, if you can have a lot of detail, but if you're not using it properly, it just ends up being a mess. As opposed to and the same thing with if you don't have a lot of detail, if you don't have any detail, it can look like you're just drawing drawing on the cheap in a sense, being lazy. So you have to know you have to balance it. So I mean, like I could put a lot of detail in his face, and half the problem with this is trying to figure out how much detail to put in these characters' faces and stuff. But is it going to make the work look better or worse? Um, so it's always for me anyway. It's always a balance. It's like how much should I put in? How much should I leave out? Let's see here. All right. Aggressively Relaxing says, looks great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And hit the like button. And also hit the bell for notifications of future videos. I have to keep saying that every so often to remind myself and to remind other people. So, I apologize. Yash says, don't want to make it look gaudy. Yeah, you try not to. The metal says I can draw wicked fast, but I don't like a ton of clean detail in my own work. I don't like a ton of clean detail in my own work. I'm trying to understand what that means. I like the world to look and feel grungy, which is a difficult art to pull off in its own right. Yeah, I think it just depends on the story, the characters, and everything. So, I mean, I like Stephen Platt back in the '90s was famous for making everything look really sort of grungy and dirty and stuff. But I wouldn't want Stephen Platt to use that technique in a, say, Superman story. I mean, it depends on if you did it in Batman, that'd be cool. But I don't necessarily want the same grungy, dirty look in every book. I think it just depends on the character, situations, storyline, everything. So, the medal says, I love it in other people's work, though, if story appropriate. Right, exactly. I think it's all about making the aesthetic match. Yeah, precisely. So, I feel the same way. So, now I'm trying to make the background in this panel match the stuff in this first page. So, I'm going to use this first page as reference while I draw, while I sketch. Yash says Orkstain is cool. I don't know who Orkstain is or what it is. Is that a comic book? But the detail is a bit too much at times. James Stokey. I mean, I like his stuff, but cleaner stuff can look even better. Yeah, it just depends on the artist. I mean, sometimes messy looks great if the artist is skilled enough to pull it off. Sometimes, a lesser artist will make it look terrible. So, and the same thing with a clean sort of pristine look. Some people can use really stark artwork, which is solid blacks and whites and almost no detail and make it look fantastic. And other artists try it and they just can't pull it off. So it's completely dependent on the skill of the artist. All right. All right, that's good enough. Yash says that like Afterlife with Archie looks good somehow, but a lot of that is the great coloring. It's not very detailed at all. Yeah, coloring now, especially nowadays with computer coloring, covers up a lot of a lot of sins. I think colorists are probably one of the most important. If you're making a color comic, it's probably one of the most important um, members of the team. In the past, I would say before 1990, you just have flat colors for the most part. So the penciling, the inking is what was most important. With computer coloring, though, where they were able to incorporate and use a lot more detailed use of color and color variation, um, colors became even more and more important to the final product. So it was to the point where now, I mean, you can have a really kind of weak artist, a weak penciler, and a weak inker, but their art will look fantastic if they have a good colorist who can sort of cover up their 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 um their weak foundation. So yeah, they could take this face that looks fairly empty, and they can put in all kinds of cool shadows and stuff. You know, make it look a lot more dramatic, less dramatic. You know, make his eyes glow red. I mean, there are tons of things that colorists can do outside of the work of the penciler and inker that can dial mediocre artwork up to 11. But by the same token, a poor colorist can take great artwork and just destroy it, make it muddy, unreadable, and just unpleasant to look at. So that's colors are extremely important. A colorist is extremely important when it comes to final comic book art. Yash says it's not very detailed at all. Okay, the afterlife with Archie. Okay. All right, hold on. All right. Sorry. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm drawing. I'm trying to keep it in frame, but I know that I have a tendency to wander off. It's like, what's he drawing? All right. I think you guys can see. Yeah. Um, Yush asks, so are comics gaining or losing popularity? I know digital comics are big now, but I'm not a fan of digital. I like the real thing. They are losing in popularity, Yush, and have been for quite a while. I would say probably at least the last, well, probably the last, since the 90s, generally. Um, 90s were the peak, I think, when they were, some comics were selling, a million copies per issue. I mean, nowadays, comic is lucky if it. I mean, if you look at the amount of sales Marvel Comics has, a good Marvel comic is like selling 50,000 copies, maybe. Maybe, 100,000 maybe. But you never see comics selling a million copies nowadays. And it's a lot of reasons. One of the main reasons is that I think I mentioned yesterday. I mean, a lot of writers and editors in Marvel and DC nowadays are inserting a lot of divisive politics into their books, and that instantly turns off half of their fans, half of the fan base, half of the customer base, because half the customer base isn't going to agree with anyone's politics. So when that stuff is sort of shoehorned into a book on a regular basis, no one's gonna pay money to see their views, their opinions insulted month after month. So they'll just stop buying it. So that's a big problem right there. That's killed half of the fan base. Also, just in general, um, a lot of people making comic books today. Okay, back when we were kids, they had the comics code, which basically set limits in terms of the content of comics, so that comics were generally all ages. So the people writing the comics, people drawing the comics, had to maintain a certain level of discretion and sort of, I guess, self-control in terms of what they put in the books. They couldn't have nudity in the books. They couldn't have sex in the books. They couldn't have graphic violence in the books. There was no cursing, none of that, because of the comics code, which Marvel, DC, most comics followed. The whole time we were growing up in the 70s and 80s and into the 90s. But in the 1990s, due to just cultural norms, it started changing a lot more, and a lot of the things that were considered inappropriate for children before, people started to say, it's okay. That stuff isn't that bad. So they started inserting a lot more profanity, a lot more sex, a lot more alternative sex, gay sex, whatever, dogs with cats, whatever you want to, whatever they could think of. They started putting that stuff in mainstream comic books. A lot of situations and topics that weren't allowed previously were now permitted in mainstream comic books, and they got rid of the comics code. When they did that, what used to be comic books that were fit for all ages pretty rapidly became comic books that were only really fit to be read by adults. So you don't have, you mentioned Archie. Afterlife with Archie. Archie Comics is not a comic book company or comic books that are fit for children anymore. You read modern day Archie comics, they're not comic books you can give to 4 and 5 year olds to read. You can't give them to 10-year-olds to read. They're basically adult fare written by adults for adults, and that's killed basically the next generation of comic book buyers. Before, you'd have kids reading comic books from the age of 4 and up, from the time they can read, and they would grow up reading comic books because there were comic books made for kids. They don't have that anymore. Archie Comics isn't made for kids. There's no Archie Comics anymore for kids. Marvel Comics, you can't really give those to small children and have them read them because you don't know what's in them. Same with DC comic books. They have comic books where Batman has his junk hanging out, and you can see it. They've had comic books like that over the past several years. And all these things sort of put together have, and not only that, but in the 90s, the comic book companies really sort of slit their own throats by really overdoing a lot of the gimmicks and to try to increase sales, like multiple variant covers, hologram covers, a lot of stupid I won't even call them scams, but event issues like the death of Superman, the death of Captain America. You know, a lot of fake bad stories that were just written in order to pump up sales, and in doing so, it helped kill a lot of interest in comics because if longtime fans kind of realized that they weren't really writing to make good stories, but they were writing in order to make the most money they could in the shortest amount of time, and that also hurt comic sales. So all that stuff combined has, over the past, I would say, 3 decades since the '90s, has really cut down the number of customers for comic books to the point where now it's that and video games have come in to take the place of comic books for kids. Um, TV shows, you know, you have so many different streaming services. There's so many other things to attract the attention of children and young adults where that used to be taken up by comic books. Now they don't make comic books for young people anymore, and two, there's so many other things that are attracting their attention that comic books are getting tossed to the wayside. So that's all the things combined are the reason why comic books are not selling well nowadays like they were 30 years ago. So the mail says comics as a medium of storytelling is doing great, but yeah, books aren't doing well at all. At least not here in the West. Comics are doing great. Yeah, manga in Japan, in Korea, in China is doing great, doing blockbusters, and it sells well here as well. But a major reason for that is that they haven't made the mistakes that comic books companies in America have made. Okay, they have comic books for kids in Asia. They have they have comic books for adults as well, but they also have comic books for kids, so kids can read comic books from a young age that are age appropriate, and then they grow up and then they read other books that are more appropriate to their age as they get older. They don't have that here in the U.S. anymore. They used to, but they out of greed, out of narcissism, thinking that it's like whatever. They've destroyed the future customers of comic books, and in doing so, have destroyed their own futures as comic book creators, in a sense. At least that's my view. I might be wrong, but I don't think I am. At the very least, that's what's helped kill a lot of my interest in buying modern day comics. And that's as a major reason why I haven't bought comic books for my nieces and nephews, because I've seen what comic books have turned into. And I really don't want to get them hooked on books that aren't appropriate for them. So I just let it go. So, which is a shame. I would love to share this hobby with my nieces and nephews, but at this point, the comic book industry, at least the mainstream comic book industry, has made it impossible for me to do that. Although I did give one of my nieces Bone, and she liked it, and that niece has subsequently gotten hooked onto a lot of manga, which is cool. But she does not read American comics. Metal says that, and I can buy a whole volume of 1 to 200 page of a manga for the same price as just a couple of 20-page Marvel comics. That's true in some ways, but also, I can buy, like, I've bought like the essential Marvel books, those big thick black and white reprints of the early Marvel books from the '60s and '70s. I bought those for my nephew. I think he likes them, but and they're I mean they have what are they like they're like 200 pages or something. I mean there's a lot of comic book and they only cost like 12 $13. So I mean it's really reasonable. But you're right. The manga has I mean they on a regular basis, on a weekly basis. I mean they put out phone books of comic book content. So I mean, for like you said, for the same price as a Marvel book, and Marvel books and DC books. I mean they're so expensive now for like what are they even 32 pages? I mean they'll cost like $5 $6 for a single comic book. I mean it's nonsense. I'm talking about for mainstream books. I mean, like I said, I'm working on a book right now. I think how much are we selling this for? I think we're selling it for like $8 to $10. But but for a mainstream book from a major company, that's kind of a ridiculous price. The medal says they are really smart, sticking primarily to black and white practices that they've used forever. Yeah, I mean, coloring can add a lot to the artwork, but yeah, they save a lot of money by sticking to black and white. Excuse me. Hmm. What time is it? It is 8:25. So how long have I been drawing? I started drawing at what? 4:15. So it's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours. What the frick? Hold on. Yeah, it has. Dang. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to finish this panel, and then I will call it a night. Hmm. Hmm. Huh. Okay. I think I know what I'm doing. I think. Interesting. Interesting. Yash says the top UFC fighter right now, Israel Adesanya, is a huge anime nerd. He acts like the anime characters before the matches, does whatever anime pose or whatever. Nerd culture is infiltrating the world. Yeah, that's cool. That's good. We need more nerd culture. As long as you bathe. As long as you bathe and wash your hands. We need more nerd culture. Let's see. Uh, Alright, let's see. Hmm. What is that sound? Hold on. All right. So is manga only black and white? No, Yush. Manga can be black and white or color. It's just that for the most part, most manga is black and white because it comes out on a weekly or um, bi-weekly basis, whereas sometimes longer depending on how long it takes to do the art. But it's on a much more frequent basis than American comics. American comics are usually once a month, if that. So and part of the reason is because we have colorists who color the artwork. By skipping the coloring stage, it makes things go quite a bit faster, and so I guess that's why a lot of manga don't incorporate color into the work. I mean, some of them do. I mean, but usually they'll color like the first few pages of an issue, and then the rest will be in black and white. So it kind of just depends. Ah, okay, that's what that is. Kept hearing an alert button somewhere in the area, and I was like, "What is that? What's that sound?" It was my headphones. My headphones were running out of power, so I had to go over there and plug them in. Sorry about that. All right. Metal said, okay. Yesh says, so manga is only in Japanese. Basically, it's just Japanese comics. Well, I mean, we when we say manga, it's sort of a generic term. A lot of manga is Japanese. There's a lot of Korean manga. Manga is a Japanese word, but we basically use it for any sort of Asian comic books, Oriental comics. Um, I don't know if I mean if there are Indian comics, I don't know if you call that manga. It's usually just used for Oriental comics, Korean, Japanese, Chinese. Um, I'm sure they have their own names in those countries, but I think here in America, people just generally just call it all manga. Um, the metal says a lot of manga is weekly because the magazine it is in. So the mangaka, is that how you pronounce it? Mangaka, the person who draws the comic, and his few assistants have to pump out 20 pages, often 19 in the cover every single week during the runtime. Yeah, it's a lot of work to draw manga, at least a traditional one, um, because there's oh my gosh, that many pages in a week. I mean, very, I think there are very few American books that can pull that off. I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, back in the '80s, they had Action Comics Weekly. If you guys remember that, if you're old enough, Action Comics came out every week, and it was pretty cool. But I'm guessing they had to be pretty far ahead of schedule in order to pull that off. So, let's see. All right. Interesting. All right. Interesting, 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 interesting.
Public enemy number 3, 10 years ago, was released today from the federal penitentiary after serving 11 years of a 10 life sentence. To this day, $250,000 in gold bullion involved in the original crime has not been recovered. Police officials doubt the gold can be recovered, pointing out that should the gold become a habit, the insurance company will have no claim. $250,000 in gold is ready to be acquired. We are going to make this step.
How do I? Let's see. Interesting. All right. Doga, the Indian superhero, has a Facebook page. Looks pretty cool. It looks like it's in print form too. It's in Hindi language. It looks like. I probably won't be able to understand it past the images. Huh. What the? Hmm. Interesting. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. There's probably English copies as well, with both Hindi and English being the official languages of India. They are the largest English-speaking country in the world. Oh, really? Cool. Interesting. Sorry. Gotta keep this in frame so you guys can see what I'm doing. All right. All right.
Sound is all around us, everywhere. It beats in our eardrums until much of the time we're hardly conscious of it. But on this particular Saturday morning, Jimmy Foster suddenly became very conscious of it.
Ooh,
Well, he'd soon find out whether there was a vibration along with the sound. The scrap of wood showed him that when the bell sounds, it does vibrate.
When's the last time you were in India, Yash? Oh, 2012. Cool. So fairly recently. That's pretty awesome. How how is Sechin doing? Are you still in contact with him? And is he still? I mean, is he still in the States? I mean, I completely lost track of him after college. So, how's Archiana doing? He said visit with my wife and family. Yeah, it was cool. Oh, cool. Very cool. Oh, great. Oh, very cool. He's living in Alabama with his wife and 2 kids. That's awesome. Well, please tell him I said hi. If you talk to him. It's been quite a while. Oh, Shannon lives in Boca. Okay, cool. She's married with kids too. Yeah, I know. I remember when she got married. Um, because she was good friends with my sister. Um, so I met her. I met her husband. I I see him at the wedding. I met him a couple of times. So how about your sister? How is she? Oh, my sister's doing good. She's doing well. She is living on the west coast of Florida. With her husband and daughter, and they're doing very well. She was working for a. She works in marketing, so she was working for a pet food company for a while, and uh, and they would send her to different locations around, Canada, United States, like Las Vegas and stuff. A lot of travel with the job, and she would promote the company at conventions and stuff. So she did that for a while, but then the company got bought out late last year, and so about a week and a half ago, um, they they laid her off, and because the new company brought in other people. So she's looking for work right now, but other than that, she's doing well, doing very well. So, and my niece, her daughter, is she's gonna be 12 this summer. So yeah, so she's getting bigger, getting bigger. They keep feeding her though. That's probably a big reason why. Keep feeding kids, they keep growing. Yeah, it does suck to get laid off, but they gave her severance pay, and you know she has something else put on her resume. Find the next good job. So it's it's kind of the way of the world nowadays. It's like there are a lot less sort of long term jobs that will last 25 to 30 years until you retire. You kind of have to just make the best of whatever position you have at the time, and be prepared that there's a good chance that circumstances will force you to find a new job at some point. Uh, Yes, there's yeah, kids are fun though. Do you have kids yet? No. My wife and I wanted to have kids, but by the time we got married, we're both in our 40s, so it didn't pan out. And but at the same time, we didn't want kids so badly that we were gonna go undergo like a long strange like I you know um, you know intervene what's it called bah, 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 bah. Not intravenous but you know go through a lot of medical stuff, and we were, I don't know, we just, adoption wasn't, I don't know, we considered it first, New York second, but then you know, I IVF IVF, yeah, intravenous fertilization, whatever it's called. So yeah, yeah, if we had kids naturally, it would have been awesome. But I don't know if we, I guess we weren't so keen on having kids that we wanted to go to all different types of routes to try to have them. But we have nieces and nephews. She has a bunch on her side of the family. I have some on my side, so they sort of fill the bill for kids. We can interact with them, have fun with them, and then we can just go home. So now you have more time to perfect your art. Yeah, right. Now there's no excuses. I can't make excuses like my yeah. I had to take my kids to the doctor. That's why I couldn't finish this artwork. Now I actually have to do the work. Hmm. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know if I'm gonna go to Comic Con with this coronavirus crap going on. Yeah. When is it? When is the convention? I would say, well, you know, if it's anytime in the next few months, I would say hold off on it. Because like I said, you're gonna be hanging around a lot of people you don't know. You don't know where they're from. You don't know what they've been doing or who they've been in contact with, and it's just. I mean, if you're concerned about it, it's not a comic book convention. Is not a place that you really would want to be hanging out in, especially on where you live in Washington. I mean, so if it was like, I mean, even here in South Florida, it's like would I go to MegaCon, which is in Orlando, that's coming up next month. I don't know. I don't know if I would. Um, the metal says I wouldn't. Yesh says I hope they cancel and reschedule. Otherwise, I don't know if I want to go. I gotta think about it. Like I said, I mean, I would seriously think about it. I would seriously reconsider going, and it's mainly because of where you live. Um, you're kind of in the hot zone, at least in terms of the United States, and I don't. It's not worth it, to my mind, anyway. I mean, if this convention was next year, I would say yeah, sure, go. Yeah, because by that time we're gonna have a much better idea of what's going on with this thing, and if we don't have a complete handle on it, yeah, we'll have enough of a idea of how it's spreading to make a fair decision. But right now, I would say it's in the middle of March, so in a couple of weeks. I want them to refund tickets if I decide not to go. I don't know. What you should do, you should contact them. That's what I would do. I would contact them and see if you can get a refund based on what's going on right now. don't wait for them to make a decision. I would contact them, early next week, Monday or Tuesday, and let them know your concerns and why you want a refund, and see if you can convince them to do it. I kind of think that based on what's going on, they would. I would hope they would be understanding and give you a refund, but give it a shot. Let's see. Yeah, this area is a hotbed of coronavirus. It seems. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, it's just. I mean, especially. I mean, consider all the other, like I think it was the metal or someone else was mentioning, and all these other conventions that are going on the West Coast right now. They're canceling them. You know, and if you call them and you try to get a refund, mention all those other conventions that are also closing, and just say that just based on that, you know, I want my money back because it does not seem like a good idea right now. Excuse me. The metal says okay. Metal says it was Marsupial Gamer who brought it up. Okay, yeah, yeah. I know one of you guys did. It's all the liberals' fault. Yes, I don't think you can blame that on the liberals. It's just you guys just happen to be closer to Asia than the rest of the country, so you guys got whacked first. All right. Maybe I should go to Comic Con in Wuhan. Yeah. Good luck with that. You go to Wuhan Comic Con, and you'll be stuck there for the next 2 years in quarantine. Um, Marsupial Gamer says he brought up GDC canceling. They say they may do something in the summer. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Marsupial Gamer says, "You still live?" Yeah. Speak of the devil, and he shall arrive. He did, sure did. Weird coincidence. I just happened to click over and see my name. Yeah. His nose got itchy. He sensed a disturbance in the force. Someone was talking about me online. I must seek them out. All right. All right. I turned on the TV for the first time in literally years. What the? And there's a whole bunch of good stuff on. I'm watching Jurassic World. This is the first time you've turned on a TV set in years? Huh. I don't have that sort of self-control. At best, I'll say it's the first time I've turned on a TV all day. If it's Sunday, it's the first time I've turned on a TV all week. But not years. Probably someone in the room over is also watching Jurassic World, says the metal. Yeah, I never watch TV, says Marsupial Gamer. Only ever watch movies and shows on Netflix. Oh, you mean, okay, you're talking about regular network TV. Okay. But you watch TV. You just watch movies and Netflix on it. Okay, got it. Yeah, I would like to get to a point where I could, I guess, what's it called? Unplug from cable. I'm not quite there yet. Not quite there. It's on FX. Draken's here. How you doing, Draken? Good seeing you. I'm about to finish up this live stream in a few minutes because this panel is done and the page is mostly done. A few things that you can see here. Actually, maybe I'll just draw them here. I'll just draw those things in right now. And then I'll shut it down. But this page is, for the most part, finished. Draken says it's up in the air. Oh, how are you doing? Okay, I got you. was going to launch that Kickstarter today, but forgot today was the 29th, so I'm just gonna push it Monday. Now, Draken, what's your Kickstarter that you're launching on Monday? You probably told me, and I have forgotten. Uh, Yesh says, "Man, you do long streams. You don't mess around." Well, I mean, as you can tell from the whatchamacallit, the thumbnail. This is the fourth live stream where I'm working on this page, and it's like I can't spend forever on these pages. So I figured today. I mean, I only had most of this panel was done, so I had to finish this panel, and then I had to do this panel, and 4 hours to do basically one panel. It's and this kind of shows you my rate of speed, at least when I'm live streaming. And I probably could have done this panel. How long would this have taken me? Half the time, I would say. It'd take me 2 hours to do this one panel, usually. Take it anyway. So it's a 4 hour stream, but I just want to get this page done so I can just move on to other artwork for this book. So it's fine. It doesn't seem that long to me anyway when I'm drawing, because I'm kind of enjoying it. But I apologize to all of you who've had to sit through all these 4 hours to watch me scribble and try to get this page to come out. Is it more fun to draw while streaming? No, it is not. It is less fun, just because people are watching me, and like I mentioned before about introverts and nerds. I'm an introvert, and so I'm not one who really gets a big thrill out of people sort of watching me while I'm working. But it's something that I need to improve on and get better at. So I don't mind. I know it's good for me. It's healthy for me to sort of get used to people watching me while I draw and getting used to interacting with people and stuff. So but it's more fun for me to just draw on my own at my own speed. I can get up, use the restroom, I can get something to drink, I can relax or do whatever. When I'm on my own, when I'm live streaming, I can't do any of that stuff. So I'm just kind of. But the good thing, there are a lot of good things about live streaming and drawing. One of the main benefits is it forces me to actually do the work. I can't just sort of like draw for 5 minutes and then just like take off and watch TV and stuff. I have to sit down on my butt for 4 hours or however long, an hour and a half, whatever, and get the work done. So you guys are forcing me to do my job, and that is a good thing. So I have no complaints about. Well, I have few complaints about drawing while live streaming. But personally, it's more fun for me to draw on my own. Mel says, "Hey, I could have left if I wanted, but I'm an adult." Oh, FPS Agent has 3 stories in it: 2 20-page stories and 1 5-page story. Oh, very cool. That's awesome. Yesh says, "I'm an extrovert. I can't relate, unfortunately, but I sort of understand." Yeah. I mean, my brother and sister are both extroverts. I am not. I'm a hobbit. Hobbits are my spirit animals, so I'm much more comfortable being left alone in my home, and drinking hot cocoa while it's raining outside. That would be a good day for me. And the phone not ringing, no one bothering me. Let's see. Draken says, "I don't like people watching me fail at coloring when I do it." Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, when I mess up, it's like I'm a sort of artist where it's like I don't really like showing people my art until it's done and I'm satisfied with it. So another big part of it is like when I'm streaming, it's like if I mess up, I kind of hate people seeing me mess up and make mistakes, and that's all kind of ego, Something else it's probably healthy for me to sort of overcome and get used to. It's like you're not perfect, so it's okay for people to see that you screw up and stuff. Especially for other artists. I mean, I guess it's good for. I mean, it's good for me when I see other artists sort of make mistakes and sort of correct them in streams and on when I watch YouTube videos. So I guess it's the same for people watching me, I suppose. Eric Hawkins says, "Oh wow, you're still streaming. You're killing it tonight." Well, I'm trying to get this page done, so it doesn't take 10 years to finish. There are a bunch more pages in this comic that I have to get done, so I have to at least finish this one before I can get on to the next one. And Nasser is always watching, so that's my big fear. I don't need Nasser showing up on my doorstep with a baseball bat, wondering where his pages are. So the fear of Nasser is keeping me online and streaming. Yash says, "Oh yeah, how's your brother?" My brother's doing very good. He lives in Boynton Beach, and he's doing very well. He's married, has a son, and yeah, he's doing great. Doing very, very good. Dragon says, also with streaming, I can't listen to anything else, and that's when I generally like to listen to stuff. Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, the only thing I can really listen to is this music that I'm playing. Sort of copyright-free music. And I like listening to music when I draw, so that's fine. But a lot of times I like listening to other live streams. And I can't really do that while I'm live streaming. So yeah, it's kind of a hard thing. I mean, you can't listen to TV shows. You can't listen to anything like that. So you're kind of limited. Um, Eric Hawkins says that's why I've been doing time lapses. They can't see the mistakes. Yeah, that's true. And I did a lot of time lapse videos. I haven't done any in a while. The main reason is that no one watched them. I found that when I was doing time lapse videos, um, yeah, I do a mixture of time lapse and live streams. My live streams would always get more views, more likes, and more people would interact with it than with my time lapse videos. My time lapse videos would only last like 3 minutes. They'd be really short or fairly short. 3 minutes isn't that long, and it get like 3-4 views, or 3-4 likes. It'd probably get like maybe like 15 views, and maybe 3 or 4 people would actually like it. Whereas I would do an hour and a half, a 2 hour live stream, and I get like 10, 12, 15 people liking it. And they'd be watching. I would check the analytics, and they'd be watching for 15, 20 minutes, a piece. And whereas with the 3 minute time lapse videos, they'd be watching for like 10 seconds, and then they move on. It's like, what the? Well, if I didn't see, it came to a point where I didn't see the point, the purpose of taking all the time to make time-lapse videos, editing them, speeding them up, all that stuff, putting them to music, if no one's watching them. So I figured if no one's gonna be watching anyway, it's like I'll just do live streams, and they'll get more attention. People will get to see more of my stuff, and at least the live streams seem to actually be growing my channel to a certain extent. I mean, it's not really growing that super fast. Speaking of which, I'm only 5 subscribers away from 450. So if you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel and help me out. Help me get to 450 subs. And I would love to get to 500 subs by the time this comic book launches. But in 2 weeks on Friday the 13th. So if you guys would help out by subbing, if you have not done so at this point, I would greatly appreciate it. So Yash says Jason's a streaming monster, a beast mode streamer. I wouldn't say that. Because ideally I'd be streaming every single day, and I haven't been doing that. I've been like taking days off and stuff, and it's like, again, it's just me having to overcome my sort of natural introverted nature. It's like I sort of kind of chicken out sometimes when I plan on live streaming, and it's like yeah. I really have to sort of pump myself up ahead of time to get into it. But I'm gonna try to get better and live stream every day so you guys can see this stuff. Like I said, it's good for me too. You know, forces me to out of my comfort zone and forces me to do stuff that I'm not naturally inclined to do, and that is healthy. It's like walking. It's like going outside to walk. It's like I'm not naturally inclined to go outside and walk every day, but I know I should because I know it's good for me. I know it's healthy. I just need to force myself to do it. Eric Hawkins says, you shouldn't let that bother you. You are very interactive with the chat and entertaining. Oh, thanks. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that. I'm usually think I'm kind of boring. But maybe because I'm comparing myself to people who are much more entertaining than me. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Almost done, almost done. Draken says, walking being healthy is just a conspiracy. It might be. It could be. That would be good news if it was a conspiracy. That way I could avoid doing it. But part of me suspects that it's not a conspiracy, and that actually is probably better for me. Alright. I am definitely naturally inclined to walk, says the metal. I'm an adventurer, and I've walked to other cities and stuff out of boredom before. What? That's nuts. You've walked to other cities? No, I am not doing that. I might walk to the mailbox. I might walk back. I might walk to the refrigerator. I might walk back. If I'm feeling very adventurous, I might walk down the street to the corner and back just for exercise. But I'm not walking to the next city over. That, to me, is the reason why we have cars, or at least bicycles, so you don't have to walk to the next city. Victor says, nice. Oh, thank you, Victor. I'm glad you like it. It's getting there. It's getting there. All right. Final part is here. I inked the page myself today. Now flatting it for coloring. Oh, I hate flatting. Yeah, I just hate coloring in general. I mean, flatting. I don't know. It's all just very tedious to me. I love the effect. I love the look of coloring, but it's just the act of doing it. It's just seems like so much more work than penciling and inking. Oh my gosh, I'd much rather pencil and ink than color. It's not even a contest. Victor says, "What does the Zipatone style? Where does the Zipatone style originate from, Jiminy? Zipatone style? You talking about in general? I have no idea. I don't know where Zipatone originated from. I guess it's just from printing from what the early 1900s. I don't know. I'm not sure." Um, Draken says, if 10 is a situation going good and 1 is a situation going bad, it's probably something like a 3.5. Oh, wow. Ouch. I'm sorry, Draken. I hope things get better for you. Um, Eric Hawkins says, if I could afford to pay someone to color, I would, but I'm an artist, so I'm poor. Yeah, and also I think it's good to learn to color. I mean, part of the thing with me in coloring is that I hate doing it, but again, like live streaming, like interacting with people when I'd rather not. I mean, I think it's healthy for me to, as an artist, to learn how to color, learn color theory, learn how to apply it. So I think it's ultimately it's a good thing. It's just I don't like doing it. So Victor says it comes from shrimp. When you peel the shell from them, it has that spot print left on its skin, exactly like Zipatone. Okay, cool. That's neat. I don't eat shrimp, so I've never noticed that. But that's cool. That's neat. The medal says, I once walked several towns over to visit my grandma, and it took 8 hours one way. Wow. Wow. I have never done that. I mean, if I had to, I guess I would. But, man, no, 8 hours walking? That's not a pleasant prospect for me. Uh, Draken says, it's a way to graduate darkness and brightness of a color back in the day when they didn't have digital coloring, where you can mix 100% of the 4 different colors of CMYK. Also for black and white without using grays. Yes. Yash says, remember when you worked out with Rob and I in Florida a few times? That was fun. Yeah, it was fun, I guess, for you guys. I'm not, when you're naturally built like me, you don't need to work out. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I've never really been one for exercise. I mean, I tried. I mean, the closest I've come to I've never really worked out like lifted weights heavily. I mean, I did a little in my 20s, and most I've really worked out was when I took karate in college for 5 years. But in terms since then, I mean, I stay in relatively good shape, but it's not. I don't go to the gym. I like I said since probably since I haven't gone to the gym since I was in my early 30s. I don't think. I mean, I have a set of weights here at home, but they're those what do they call? those those bow lift clickable weights. You know, like they're hand weights. They go up to 55 pounds, and then you twist the side, and then it adjusts the weights. So it goes down from 5 pounds to up to 55 pounds for each dumbbell. So for me, that's more than enough. I mean, I mainly lift those weights, exercise mainly just so I maintain the strength I need to carry the groceries up the stairs. A couple times a week. So it's mainly just to maintain my strength, not to get big. Yeah, they're very convenient. I mean, they save a lot of space. A lot of space. I'm so glad I have those as opposed to individual weights. They'd be taking up, half of the floor. Otherwise. Um. Yes, says karate is cool. Yes, karate is cool. It's fun. Um. Draken says Zipatone is just a Kleenex of what it is. Eric Hawkins says I'm in decent shape too, almost perfectly round. Round is a good shape. So, um, mm, Draken says it's going that way though. I'm hoping that my family is smart enough to know cutting off ability to communicate isn't a smart thing to let happen. Yeah, yeah, families are tough. Glasses. But Victor says working out is important because it keeps you from becoming old, but also can lead to premature movement problems like injuring your back. Yeah, it just depends on. I mean, if you have to do it properly. If you work out properly and lift weights properly, you don't have to worry about injuring yourself that much. You need to know your own body and not overdo it, and make sure you rest. Give your body time to recover. Um, I think a lot of people they don't keep that stuff in mind. Make sure you stretch. I mean, I think most injuries that occur from working out are preventable. But you know, I don't like getting hurt, so I try to make sure that I I don't do anything that's gonna hurt me. Victor says Matt Weldon style inks on them stairs. I wish I could do with some Matt Weldon in my skill set. Um, yeah, I wish I could ink like Matt Weldon or close to him. I tried to incorporate a little Matt Weldon here, like here. That's some Matt Weldon a little in there. That's a combination of Matt Weldon and Alan Davis, and in here. So um, hmm. Draken says I'm gonna have a rough couple of months as we sort things out. It can be alleviated pretty easily if I could get paid for some stuff, but not like I can force people to buy my book or hire me to color. Yeah, it's yeah, freelancing is very hard. Victor says, how expensive is it to ink? It's inking is relatively cheap. It's, I mean, yeah, talking about the active inking or to hire an inker. The active inking is cheap. I mean, you just need pens, and the pens are relatively cheap. I mean, this brush pen I have, this one, which is really good, only costs what does it cost? $5-6 on Amazon, and then I figured out how to refill it. Um, Instead of buying a new one, I just refill it with this carbon ink that I bought on Amazon. This costs $14, and it uses like maybe 3 drops of it, and then it lasts for like another 3 months. It's like really really cheap. So to ink is a cheap prospect. It's just the cost is in learning how to do it, and time and effort. That's where the cost comes in. So the actual materials are dirt cheap. Um, Inks cost about 2/3 the cost of pencils. I think it just depends. I mean, depending on what you're buying. I mean, I use these Unipin um, streamliner multi-liners. They're very cheap. You can get them on Amazon. Some people use more expensive ones like Copics. If you buy certain brands, it's going to cost you a lot more money. I don't buy expensive brands when I ink. I try to buy the best things for the least amount of money. Matthew Weldon, who Victor just mentioned, a fantastic, phenomenal artist. He won't say that about himself, but I will say it on his behalf because he is. He's a phenomenal artist. He doesn't draw with any of this fancy stuff. None of these multi-liners or anything. He draws with a freaking big pen, and his artwork is phenomenal. It has very little to do with the materials you use. It has to do with the person holding the pen. And again, the stuff that I use is very cheap. This cost me carbon ink, $14 on Amazon. I use it to refill my brush pens. This one, and then this one. This is a thicker brush pen. It's a Pentel brush pen. This one costs what was it? Cost $8, $9. I don't know. And it comes with cartridges inside that you use to refill. I just refill it with this. I use an eyedropper or a syringe, and I just put in maybe 5 drops, and it's refilled, and it lasts again for a couple of months, and it's fairly cheap. So I mean, you could use it. I think Mitch Breitweiser inks with a really expensive fountain pen that costs hundreds of dollars. Again, you can do that. You can spend a lot of money on your materials, but you don't have to. Inking is a very cheap, relatively cheap sort of I guess what was it called? It's a I'm gonna call it a hobby. It's very cheap to ink. You know, it just takes skill to learn how to do it. That's where the cost comes in: the time and the effort and the experience. It's not the money. It's not as cheap as penciling. Penciling is really cheap because you just use a pencil. So that's all you need, and an eraser. So banking is cheap as well. Yeah. Draken says if you ink digitally, it costs even less. Yeah, because you're not using any ink, but you do have to buy a computer or you have to buy a tablet or something. So it actually can be more expensive because you need that device to do your artwork on in the first place, and you have to buy the software. So yeah, it can be expensive. Can you burn wood and mix it with water to get ink? I guess you can, Victor, but I don't know anyone who's going to be doing that. Yash says, "Oh, he's going to open a drawer near a radio." Yes, he is. Yeah, that's what I'm depicting. Well, he's not opening the drawer. He's going to touch the radio. So, um, Draken says, "I meant to hire someone." Oh, it's like 1/3 or 2/3 the cost of pencils for the same level. I guess it is. I've never looked into hiring someone to ink. So, but I suppose it is. But I've learned just from inking on my own that, like coloring, inking is a completely different skill set from penciling in some ways, because um, I know a lot of really good pencilers and who are fairly poor inkers, and I've gotten better with inking. But when I first started inking my own stuff, it was pretty bad because, as a penciler, I never really thought about line weights and varying line weights. From edge to edge. Like, I mean, right now I'm inking, you know, a woman's feet and her buttocks. Um, Before, I would just draw the whole thing with the same line weight, not paying any attention to it. It'd all be one thin line all the way around. Now that, over the years, I've learned more about inking and what makes inks look better or worse. And so now I intentionally put line weights, in my strokes, from thin to thick, like on this kid's hair. Most of his hair is thin, but here on the sides, I've made them thicker here. Um, Same with his face. I've made it thicker on the bottom, which rounder, and then thin it out as it goes towards his ears. And I try to incorporate that, throughout my drawings now. Like, this guy's belly is really thick here. His hands, the outside of his hands, the lines are thicker than the hairs on his hands. All that stuff you kind of have to. You can make them all the same line width, but it ends up looking monotonous and boring. By varying the line width, it helps make the artwork a lot more interesting to look at. Um, let's see. I am missing a lot of stuff. Um, I'm paying Weldon, says Draken, for a print for my book. Oh, cool. Very cool. Yeah, Matthew Weldon is a phenomenal artist. Love his work. My glasses are falling off. Um, Eric Hawkins says, "What is that? A Pentel brush, pocket brush? Is that what you're refilling?" Yeah, this thing, Pentel pocket brush pen. I refill it. If I can open it without, there we go. Okay, really good pen. Um, Inside of it, you unscrew it. If you guys can see, if I'm showing this properly, it has a cartridge inside. Okay, after a while, obviously the cartridge will empty out, and okay, can you guys see it? This cartridge will empty out over time as you're inking. Before, I would just buy a new cartridge, and the cartridges aren't that much money. I mean, you buy these packets of cartridges. You just on Amazon. They cost whatever, I don't know, $7, $8. I was doing that before, and then I realized that I could just refill this. Once this is empty, I just take this ink. It's a big kind of, it's a jar of ink. It's good. It's good ink. It's this platinum carbon ink. I think who first told me about this? I think it was Elliot Fernandez. First mentioned it, and then I looked it up online, and it got a lot of really good reviews because it doesn't clog up your brush pen. You take this, and then I bought a bunch of syringes, and I just draw the ink out with the syringe, take out the used cartridge, and then just put in maybe like 5 or 6 drops of ink back in here. It's refilled, and then just screw it back in, and you're good to go. And this thing lasts for a long time, so it is it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Um, Metal says I should really just go back to practicing with my nib set and get some inkwells. That would save a lot. Yeah, I haven't gone back to nibs at this point because I used to draw with nibs, ink with nibs, years ago. But I got it annoyed me whenever they would dig into the paper. Maybe I was just using them wrong, or I was pulling them in the wrong direction. But half the time, I'd end up digging into the paper with a nib, and then when I would try to make corrections, the paper would be kind of torn up a little, and it was just frustrating to me. So I kind of just gave them up, especially once I started using multi-liners. Um, the downside of multi-liners is that you're constantly changing your pen because you have to get a different width each time. Um, with nibs, you don't have to do that because it'll give you that thick thin line. Um, but I still haven't gotten back to. I still have not gotten back to using a nib. Um, I don't know. Maybe I will at some point. I mean, I think they're cool. It's definitely a skill that it's good to have as an artist to be able to use, uh, um, a nib and pen and nib and an inkwell. Um, Victor says I have drawing supplies for life. All I need is one tree. Draken says when I drew, I naturally did line weights, but by it being sketchy. But when I tried inking, I wouldn't ever vary, so it never looked right. Yeah, again, I had to teach myself how to do it because I would see it in comic books and I love the look of it. It's just I didn't know how to do it, and it's just over time, over years, I would just watch other artists and see them work, and I just gained more confidence, and then finally I started using these brush pens because I wanted to learn how to do the whole thick and thin thing. A lot of ours were using brushes, I noticed, watching videos and stuff. And I didn't want to use the nib because of the whole digging into the paper thing that frustrated me before. So I wanted to learn how to use a brush, but I knew that myself, I'm very clumsy with brushes. I tend to be sloppy. So it took me a while to find this brush pen, which is a thin line. It's Akashia thin line brush pen, and you can buy these on Amazon. They're great pens for doing comic book work. I mean, they're perfect actually because they give you exactly the thickness you need. I mean, this is a great pen too, the Pentel Pocket Brush, but it's much harder to control and make a really thin line that I would want in my comic book work. And it's hard for me to control. So for me, using both of them worked out perfectly. I use this to do the Pentel brush pen. I use it to fill in like large areas of black, like here and the back of his head here. I use the thin line brush pen to do other work, like outlining hair, this guy's body and stuff. I'm able to have more control because the brush is much thinner. So. Um, Eric Hawkins says, "Okay, I have a couple of them. Shoot, I'm going to start refilling them." Yeah, you should. Seriously, you're going to save so much money from buying refills of those cartridges if you're able to just refill with ink from an inkwell, and make sure it's the right ink because you don't want ink that's going to clog up your brush pen because you're going to have to buy a whole new brush pen. I really recommend buying this carbon ink, this platinum carbon ink from Amazon. Again, it costs like $14-15. Um, it's pretty cheap, and there's a lot in there, so it'll last you forever. Um, Eric Carson says, "Yeah, Elliot uses the carbon." Okay, cool. Um, Inks are cleaner, sharper than pencils. Look at Mike's stuff. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's meant to be permanent, so it's um, yeah. All right, almost done. Almost done. Just have to write. All right, it's 9:45. Victor says, just gotta learn to freehand like Mike. I guess copying his stuff right. I'm gonna do that if I get into inks. Yeah, Mike Miller is probably the best inker I've seen. And he has like a phenomenal control over his use of brushes, pens, and nibs. He's extremely skilled. I would definitely look at Mike Miller's work, and not just his finished work. Look at him when he's actually drawing. If you go watch him on Drawn and Quartered, where they have to draw different characters in 2 hours. I mean, that guy, Mike Miller, is sort of an ink master. He is extremely fast, extremely accurate, um, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to drawing with pen and ink and brush. You definitely glean all you can from watching him. He has a new channel actually. It's called Mike Draws Comics. Just type that in the search on YouTube and subscribe to his channel. The channel is just him drawing and inking. He started it maybe about a week ago, week and a half ago. So it's pretty new, and he would, I'm sure, appreciate the subs if you would go over there and check out his stuff. Really good artist, very good artist, and yeah, you can learn a lot just by watching him work. Definitely. Um, uh, Eric Hawkins says, here's a real question. Canson or Strathmore? There's only one correct answer unless you went the expensive route with Eon Bristol. I did not use Eon Bristol. I can't afford that. I use Canson board just because it's the one that is sold on Amazon. Their comic book board. I don't know if you can read that. It says right there, Canson comic book board. It works fine for me. It doesn't bleed. It doesn't feather. The inks work well, and for me, that's the main concern. I use Canson for my comic book work, but for my actual drawing stuff, I use Strathmore. I use Strathmore Bristol. This stuff. If this is showing up, I'm not sure if it is because I'm zoomed in. But I use Strathmore Bristol for my commissions and my regular drawing. Either vellum surface or smooth surface, but I make sure that it is at least 400 series. 400 series here. If you're gonna, I make sure that whenever I draw on Bristol, it's either 400 or 500 series because anything lower than 400 series will feather when you ink it, and you don't want that. So yeah. All right. Eric Hawkins says, "Boo! I hate Canson. I just can't ink on it. I prefer the Strathmore Smooth. But I did get some of those Eon boards. Oh my God, they're amazing. Yeah, where can you get? I know they're really expensive, so I'm probably not inclined to buy them just because I tend to be frugal. But but I tend to buy my stuff on Amazon or from Michaels. So if I can't find them in either of those places, I just don't buy it. Um, but like I said, these Canson art boards are really good. Um, I I'm really picky about feathering and bleeding with my inks. These have not given me a problem at all. So I can't say anything bad about them. Um, and like I said, with the Strathmore, as long as it's 400 or 500 series Bristol board, it's really good. I have 300 series. It is okay, but and I actually have a lot of it because I mass bought purchased it from Michaels years ago, so I'm kind of stuck with it, and I'll probably just use it over time. But in terms of buying new Strathmore board, it's always going to be 500 or 400 series. Um, Both are really good. 500 series is better, but it's more expensive. So I've tended to buy the 400 series right now. Let's see. How do I do this without messing it up? Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. That looks like the guy from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Carl. That is Carl. Oh my gosh, this kid got into Carl's beer supply, and he is ticked. So this kid better hope that that Frylock or what's the other one's name shows up and saves him, or else he is dead meat. You don't mess with Carl's beer supply. Trying to think, can I do Carl's voice? I can't. I can. I hear Carl's voice in my head, but I don't think I can do it. Carl sort of sounds like a deeper voiced Cecil. 12 pack of 11 by 17 Bristol for $15. That's for what, the Eon board. So it costs $30 for enough for a 24-page book. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good deal. That's kind of expensive. What? Yeah. Wait. Metal says that current Yamcha could sneeze away a galaxy. That's that's. I don't believe that. Is that true? It's if so, then they've completely overpowered the characters in DBZ because Yamcha is like the weakest out of all of them. He's like the runt of the litter for the DBZ gang. I think what's her name is stronger than Yamcha. Who's the girl who owns Capsule Core? Um, Vegeta's wife. I think she's stronger than Yamcha. Metal says Goku is like it's like borderline multiversal at this point. Yeah, I mean, I it doesn't Goku doesn't bother me because he's a hero of the story, but someone like Yamcha, being that powerful, it's not it makes no sense. I mean, if Yamcha's that powerful, how powerful is Krillin? I mean, Krillin is a lot was always more powerful than Yamcha. You know, um, it doesn't make any sense. It is, I mean, unless let me put it this way: unless they're Saiyans, none of these characters should be that strong. They're just humans. So, all right. All right, this page is done, at least to this point, with in terms of inking. I'm still considering whether or not to. Yeah, I probably will. I'll probably throw in some gray tones in the on the computer once it's once it's done. But actually, I'm seeing something right now that I should probably work on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Nope, that's not it. Yeah. Yeah. All right, almost done. Honestly, says the Mel, the human cast has only ever been weak by comparison to the non-human cast, but they're always scaling up, trailing behind them. I understand that, but my point is that at least with the Saiyans, they're aliens, so that explains why they're able to go super explosive, powerful. Able to blow galaxies away with a sneeze. It doesn't make any sense for human beings, especially characters like Yamcha who were always really weak, for them to continue to level up to the point where they can, as you say, blow away a galaxy or sneeze away a galaxy. It's just it goes far past the my ability to suspend disbelief. It's just ridiculous to the nth degree. So it's probably a good thing I don't watch DBZ anymore. Well, no, it's not DBZ. What is it called now? Because it would probably frustrate the heck out of me watching that stuff. Like I said, if it's Goku, it's one thing, but I'm just going by the rules that they've set up themselves in the original series. Funny, strangely enough, it's like this stuff in One Punch Man doesn't bother me. But again, One Punch Man they haven't established as being like able to blow apart galaxies and stuff. Although they've shown them to be really powerful. Um, they haven't really done anything that's made me say what the heck are they doing? At this point, they haven't. It's all still been good fun so far. Let's see. All right. Sorry, just filling in holes that I'm seeing, glancing at it. I know will bother me later on, especially after it's printed. It's like, why didn't I do that? Yesh says, that's my complaint about Marvel Comics. Why even have power tiers in if they're gonna let stupid Thor defeat a Beyonder, which can destroy stars? Well, Thor is pretty dang powerful, so it's not like they're talking about Spider-Man. Thor is a god, at least in Marvel terms. He's got a thunder, so he's got powers and abilities. I mean, I haven't read current Thor, so I don't know what they've been doing with them outside of past when they stole his hammer away and gave it to his secretary. Um, but Thor is someone who I could, for me anyway, it's plausible that he could defeat a Beyonder under the right circumstances. It just depends. It depends on what they're doing. I don't know. So I haven't read the book, so I can't criticize it too much. Okay. Well, I'm seeing more stuff. Should I? I'll leave it for now. I'll leave it for now. All right. It is done. For now, I think. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I keep seeing stuff. Okay, I'll stop for now. I'll stop. It's 10 o'clock. I've been drawing for 5 hours, so I can stop, get some food, drink my root beer, and continue on. Let me zoom out so you guys can see the whole thing. Oh, yay, I'm doing it right. Yay, it's working. It's working. It's working. Okay, that's as far as it goes. All right, here it is. It's page 2. Page 2 finished. Up. Okie dokie. Hopefully, we'll see. Hopefully the other pages will not take as long, but we shall see. Right now, like I said, at some point, I think I said it, I'm trying to get pages done so Nasser can post them on the Indiegogo campaign when we launch. So pages I'm drawing tend to be the more interesting looking ones. So yeah, next one I think I'm going to be drawing is I don't know. Yeah, it might be this one. You guys can see that. That might be in the next page, I think. So, but that won't be until Monday. This is page 7. So it won't necessarily be in order, but I'm gonna try to get them to a point where once the thing launches, people will be interested in it and they'll say, "Oh man, that looks cool. I want to buy it. I want to check it out and stuff." So anyway, I'm done for the day. It's almost been 6 hours. Dang. But it's been fun. Thank you very much for hanging out with me for all this time. I really appreciate it. If you have not already, please check down here. It says like, subscribe, and share. If you would, please subscribe to the channel. Please like it. Give it a thumbs up. Please share it out to everyone. Even though the live stream's ending, people can still watch it. And remember that Secret Comics Presents will be launching on Indiegogo on Friday the 13th this month. Well, actually, next month. Tomorrow. Next month is tomorrow. Yeah, but in 2 weeks, Friday the 13th. So, anyway, everyone, thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate it. Again, my name is Jason Robinson. I will read some more things that I've missed. Let's see. Yush says, how about if they let Thor defeat TOAA? I don't know what that means. Metal says, power tiers are the same in Dragon Ball in general. The nature of ki in Dragon Ball basically says anyone can get as strong as anyone else eventually, but some species grow much faster. Yash says, his hand looks a little plain on the bottom left, if I'm allowed to critique. Here. He's talking about this hand looks a little plain. Yeah, it might. It might, Rabbit. It might. I don't know. I'll take a look at it. You are allowed to critique. Critiquing is helpful to me. So, I don't know. I will go back and take a look at it. Because I want some variation between the between objects, foreground, background, such and such. But some of this, like I said, I'm gonna go and use some grayscale on the computer once I've scanned it in. So a lot of this stuff will be taken care of once grayscale is applied. Like here with this panel here, you can see the shadow sort of going diagonally, and it goes across this calendar and then across these posters. And these areas, like here, this is going to be in grayscale. Here, all this background will be gray tone instead of white. So the foreground will pop up pop out against the background. So I know what you're saying about looking a little plain. I don't know. I'm gonna play with it. I'm not sure if I would maybe just ink a shadow on the back of his hand to make it stand out. I don't know. I'm not sure. So, or I might just fix that in grayscale on the computer. So, but thank you. I do appreciate it. Um, let's see. Victor's talking about burning down trees and cooking stuff. He says, these are good, dude. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, this my only critique is the arm and hand of the boy. It looks a little plain. Okay. I think I just said that. Ugh, my brain. Meadow, see you later. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. And Yash says it all looks awesome. I thank you very much, Yash. Thank you for hanging out. Everyone, thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm going to let you guys go and enjoy your evening, okay? You guys take care. Have a good night. And I will talk to you guys later. Stay out of trouble, okay? Be good. Bye.